Good morning, everyone. Also, yeah, yesterday was Andy's birthday, so please give Andy a happy belated birthday. Where is my like notifications? It's like not on my obs. Okay, I got it now. Hold on. Okay. Rolly, thank you so much for subscribing for 8 months. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm gonna say hi to everyone. Hi Chuck, hi Doompan, hi Rohi, hi Hello Gaming, hi Dipshitty, hi Necrodoom, hi Snake Trap, hi Ryder, hi BUB, hi Andy, hi Wool Rabbit, hi Decent People, hi Arcadia. But yes, yesterday was his birthday, so yay! Guys, it's been a week. Hi Berg. At least it's over, I guess. Like hi Golden Friend, hi Hags. I feel like this week has felt like a month long. Like yeah. Hi Mon, thank you so much for subscribing for 40 months. Thank you so much, Mon. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Well, where do I begin? Okay, so my trip was from Sunday to Tuesday, and the day after I got back, I had to go meet Andy's friend and her fiance, and their friend and the fiance's friend. So it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, like a 6 people hangout, and it was for like 9 hours. Anna, thank you so much for resubscribing for 55 months. Thank you so much, Anna. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And these are people, thank you so much for subscribing for 5 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It was fun, but my social battery was dying. But yeah, that was fun. That was refreshing after everything. Thank you so much for continuing your gift sub. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Helena. So it's good to take a break even if the break sucks. That break, I think I got more stressed out than if I had just not done it. So I had my really upsetting trip. Then then immediately after, I had to do a 9-hour hangout with like 4 people I've never met. Well, one of them I knew from online, but yeah. One of them I knew from online, and then 3 people, but I didn't know her like that well. Like she's more like Indy's friend. So and we did a lot of walking, and I was very tired, and and then the day after that, remember when I had to make 300 cupcakes? I had to do that. Indy did help me. Walking with your wheels sounds tiring. It is tiring. And that was really, really tiring, the 300 cupcakes. And literally, we were still making cupcakes like yesterday when it was Indy's birthday. And finally, we were done just as Mametchi came to pick them up. And then we got to celebrate his birthday. You're like, oh, I'm so exhausted. I wish I was back with Nancy Cornflakes. Yeah, totally, totally. I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to begin. It's a lot. Maybe we need a visual. I've already resigned that I'm not going to do any commissions today because I think I'm gonna be too fucking upset. I think we need a visual. By the way, she is banned now from the stream. I banned her from the stream. I blocked her on all platforms. This is some serious stuff, y'all, okay? This is not some small thing, okay? Wait, why did I freeze? Why did I why am I frozen? What? Okay, hold on. Yeah, my model's upset. That scared me. I thought it was like, you know how my stream kept dying last time I streamed? What? What's happening? What? What? Hold on, hold on. I think I fixed that. You think you did, but we're not completely sure yet if you did. No, we don't know actually. Like, he thinks he's fixed it, but we're not sure. We didn't actually test it, because how am I supposed to test it without streaming? Yeah, I know, it was only fine for you! USB port overload? No, it's nothing like that. It's because of, okay, it's back, it's back. It's because of our, we got new Wi-Fi. Okay. Also, I've never seen you here before. Who died? Anyway. Yeah, I was eeping because I was just so fucking mad. Alright. I'm from Oh, Blue Sky A, let's go. Hi. Hi. Oh, are you here for the fucking tea? Okay, well, first of all, there's people here that I know are new and they don't know the lore of my friends. Also, thank you so much for following me on Blue Sky. So it's okay. You're not obligated to tell the story. No. I actually really want to because I feel like I need to because I've been so upset since the trip and I feel like I need to tell people because this is like, I need to like, it's like therapy, okay? It's like therapy. Okay, so I'm gonna just give a brief recap. Oh my god! Even Simon's here! Thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime for 16 months! Thank you! Simon! How are you? Thank you. With therapy, can we get paid? Yeah. I will pay you eventually, for sure. Definitely. Let's do not go to Niagara Falls. That Hershey's factory fucking changes you. I literally was like, is there something cursed about this place? Okay, so first I need to give the lore, okay? Because I know there's people here who don't know. First of all, I need to give a confession. It might be good to explain this just in case there's another one like her who somehow missed the memo. Yeah, okay, just so everybody knows here. I'm woke, okay? That's not a joke. I'm woke. Oh, that's that rhyme. I'm woke, okay? I don't like racism. Okay, this is so stupid. This sounds so stupid, but I don't like racism. I don't like bigotry, okay? In fact, I downright hate it. I hate it so much, okay? Yeah, I know, that's so crazy that I even have to fucking say that, but I guess I do now. Hi, Tim! Oh my god, Tim! Okay, so first of all, I need to make a confession. So what I miss a lot, actually. I mean, you didn't come to my streams for like a long time, so I think you have missed quite a lot. Hi, Wiwi! Thank you so much for the 11 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So I need to make a confession. So people who've been here for a few years now know that I met a friend group on Reddit. Okay, I know that sounds crazy. I know. Okay. I met a friend group on Reddit a few years ago, and we called ourselves the Spice Gals. They were made up of actually let me just draw us real quick. Okay, so this is me. Okay. That was your first mistake. See, the crazy thing was, at the time I was like, this is awesome. I'm glad I did this. Okay? Me. This is Saw Girl. This might take y'all back if you guys remember Saw Girl. This is like womb when you revealed who's I'm gonna just do that, cause maybe like a bow so you guys know it's a girl, okay? Because yeah. This is Mary. And this is another glasses. Another glasses girl. And this is college girl. That was her name that I gave her at the time. Final Fantasy 14 baby hair meme with the dude with the one strand of hair. I don't think so. I'm not a Final Fantasy 14 person. Oh, girl, I don't know. Yeah, so for people... Is that with a... You don't know this because you haven't watched it, but that feels like a jab at the Amazing Digital Circus. Okay. So this was like circa 2024, I think. Okay, so I went on Reddit and I met these three. There's a subreddit called Toronto Hangout Friends, which is like people in Toronto who want to make friends. And so I met these three. Hi, Bibadari. Yes, it's that long ago. And I met up with them in real life. Okay, first of all, I did have a call with them to make sure they weren't like murderers. I mean, it's totally possible they could have still been murderers, but anyway, we did have a call first, and then we met up in person at a mall, and I was like, they're super chill. I think we're gonna be good friends, okay? And there came a time when I started referring to them with different names, and it was because of something I didn't want to tell you guys, but Saw Girl, guys, this is gonna be crazy for you guys, is actually Miss Cupcakes. And I'm sorry, I know it's crazy. And Andy's right, this is like when I revealed like all the names in womb. And Mary is Nancy Cornflakes. Yes, that's right. She moved away, so that's why I stopped talking about her. Also, she kind of ghosted us for like a year. That's a whole other situation, but it's okay. She unghosted us. She actually unghosted us. I don't know. Everything's so crazy. Moved away girl, yeah. So the reason why I decided to change their names, and it's because so the reason she was called Mary was because she was married, right? It was an easy way to remember. Not frequent watchers, you're hearing this is a lore reveal is kind of funny. Oh my god, this is like the tip of the iceberg, okay? It's like the snowflake at the tip of the iceberg. Anyway, it's okay. If you stay, you'll know. So she was married. That was why she was called Mary, okay? Also, yeah, there's a wiki. This is what I get for skipping viewers. Didn't you say Nancy Cornflakes like dated a guy who's saving himself rich? Yes. Okay, so please let me give y'all the lore on Mary / Nancy Cornflakes because this stream is gonna be a spilling the tea on her, okay? College Girl was actually famous Canadian actor categories. Okay, so here's the timeline. How do I do this? Okay. Let me make a little timeline here. Okay, so this is like 2024. I don't remember when it was. I think it was like May? Okay. We meet. And then we're gonna put we're gonna call her Nancy now because her name is Nancy now. So Nancy, I actually, she was my favorite. You depict her like a bear. I know, I'm sorry. Entire Lipton factory. Okay, so we're gonna put her, she was with, I'm just gonna call him the name that Andy and I call him to make this not confusing. We call him Amoeba 1. Okay, so and you guys will know why we call him Amoeba 1. Okay, so at this time, Nancy Cornflakes was married to Amoeba 1. Yes. No, don't love that for him. Okay. Hi, Straw. Thank you so much for the 55 streak. Thank you. Yes, there's an Amoeba trilogy, you guys. Oh my god. Okay. Amoeba 1 is a whole situation, okay? Oh my god. I'm getting riled up and I'm not even at like the trip yet. Okay. So I'm just gonna give the quick rundown on Amoeba 1. I did already tell Andy about Amoeba 1 a long time ago when they got divorced. Well, they're not divorced yet. They're separated. Amiibo? No. Amiibo's too good for him. So, okay. So at the time that they separated. Now, when did they separate? It was probably like 6 months later. Let's say it was probably like, I think it was around 2025 something. 2025 beginning maybe? Yeah, maybe? Okay. Six, seven. Okay, so what happened with Amoeba 1? Now, don't feel bad for Nancy, okay? Don't feel bad. I felt really horrible for her at the time. I felt absolutely awful, but that's because she was my friend, okay? And she was someone I didn't know her true self, okay? But anyway, Amoeba 1 is a real piece of work, okay? So Nancy and Amoeba 1 had been married for like 10 years. Didn't she used to call— yes, she called him senpai! Okay. So they had been married for like 10 years. They got together in college. And yeah, they had been married for like 10 years. And I need to tell you guys what kind of a person he was. Andy met him, by the way. So basically the whole time they were married, he literally did nothing. And I literally mean he had no job, never applied for any jobs. His resume was literally empty. Like he literally graduated college and never even tried to get a job because she supported him the entire time and he never cared. He was a deadbeat. He was like, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I think this is a good life. Yeah, just keep... And she didn't make a lot of money, by the way. Yeah, he was looking for another mom, basically. And she didn't make a lot of money, by the way. She made less money than me, and I'm a freelance artist, okay? I don't make a lot of money, okay? So, walk into her story time to check the VOD to catch up. Hi, my fancy shiny, welcome. Yeah, like an amoeba! That's why we call him that! Yes! So... he had no job, no, like, literally never helped her with chores, didn't cook, didn't clean, didn't do nothing, okay? Didn't pay rent, obviously, because he has no job. So, I don't know. I don't know what her type is, but it's not a good type, okay? That's all I know. So, she would cook, clean, go to work, come back, and literally all day, every day, he just sat there playing video games, okay? It was like the stereotypical, like, deadbeat, like you don't even think this kind of person really exists. Anyway, and I felt bad for her because I was like, what kind of a life is that? Like, and oh, also, like, he didn't express affection. Okay, you would probably think, okay, at least he would be like, oh, babe, I love you. No, okay. So literally, there was times when she would say, oh yeah, so like every few months I ask him, like, do you even love me? Do you actually love me? And she would say, like, she would literally come home from work and he wouldn't even, like, talk to her. He wouldn't even say, hi, welcome home. How was your day? Nothing. Okay, he wouldn't talk to her at all. Yes, this went on for 10 years, okay? And by the way, the reason they got separated was not because she had enough, okay? He actually ended it. Crazy. Okay, so the only reason I never told you guys this is because I was still friends with her, right? So I wasn't gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna like shit talk her ex-husband on stream. But now I'm gonna shit talk her ex-husband on stream. So this says so much for how she's gonna behave for the rest of the story. Well, it's gonna be a lot of twists and turns, you guys, okay? So, anyway, he revealed to her that actually he never loved her, which is not really a shock, honestly, but I mean, he should have probably mentioned it a lot earlier. Basically, he stopped loving her like 10 years ago, like pretty much when they first got together. But because she was literally, like, paying for everything, doing everything for him, he was like, actually, this life is pretty good. So he just stayed like that with her for, like, 10 years, right? And when I heard this, I'm shocked. Well, not that shocked, really. And I was like, I was so mad, right? Because she was my friend. And I was like, what the fuck? That's fucked up. How could that happen? Like, that's really horrible that you're going through that. Like, you did everything for him and he did nothing for you. Now he's telling you that he never loved you. Like, I was super mad, okay? Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, that's so fucked up that you treat my friend like this. Like, I was really angry, okay, at him. And the thing was, she was still... Why did you say that? Maybe he was, it's like he lived like that for 10 years, but at some point he was like, maybe I'll stop. Anyway. I'd also be mad, but then you start to think, how'd you put up with that for a day? I don't know. I don't know, okay? I have no idea, okay? So then, by the way, they were still on good terms, okay? This is an even crazier thing, okay? She was still living with him, still paying his rent, still, basically nothing changed, okay? They were not in a relationship anymore, but she was still, nothing changed, okay, in their lives. And we're like, is he gonna, like, move out? And she's like, well, he can't because he doesn't have a job. Oh, hi, Invertex. And we're like, maybe he should get a job. Maybe he should get a job. And I know it's not easy to get a job, okay? The world's economy's fucked up, okay? But he doesn't even try. He doesn't he's never once tried to get a job. He has no resume, okay? How long was he he's never had a job. Like, how long was he unemployed? Since he was born. By the way, he's not young, okay? He's like 30s, in his 30s. Like, this is not like, oh, he's like 21 and never had a job. This is like, he's like 32 and has never had a job, okay? Because he was coasting on her money this whole time, okay? Anyway. So anyway, since he was born. So anyway, nothing changes in their relationship, right? And like, me and Miss Cupcakes, I guess I'll call her Miss Cupcakes now because that's what I've been calling her for this recent while. Yes. Oh yes, yes. Fart Smelly is Sawboy. Yes. Baby's coming out the pussy. These youngsters don't want to work out. Sorry, I know it's super crazy. Okay, this craziest revelation of the century. Yes. So let's get back here. Why was she Saw Girl? Oh, right. Oh yeah, let me just quickly explain. She's Saw Girl because she likes Saw fanfiction. She writes Saw fanfiction. Mary already explained why, because she was married. College Girl, I think that name is self-explanatory. Okay. So anyway, what is Saw? You don't know Saw? The crazy thing is we both love Saw, but she loves it for a very different reason than me. It's so funny, actually. Okay, sorry, this is getting off topic, but she doesn't like the scary scenes in Saw, which is hilarious because it's like, how are you a fan of Saw, but you don't like the scary scenes? Off topic and stop! But she's scared of the scary scenes, like the gory scenes, and she skips through them. And I'm like, isn't that the whole point of the movies? Anyway, so funny. She's so funny. So anyway, back on topic. The Final Destination, but I hate seeing people die. Yeah, that's basically her. Oh, 15 minutes of Saw. She literally watches for the Blorbos. It's so funny. So anyway, they were still on good terms and still living together. And finally, I think a few months later, she did move out. And we were like, thank fuck. Okay, yes, leave, please. But the problem is, she literally moved like a few doors down from him. like they're literally living like 2 seconds away from each other. And she said it was because in case he needed anything. And I'm like, girl, you have to stop. assume Miss Pancake Saw Girl got out of the situation unwashed. I think so. Well, yeah. Yeah, like, mostly. I mean, she was on the trip, too. Yeah, cupcake, yeah. So, they're done. Okay. I think it was like a few months later. Now, I'm not sure when this... I'll say mid... Continue to enable man, baby. I know. Listen. Yeah, I know. Mid 2025, she gets with Amoeba 2. When she's still paying for his phone plan, yeah. And she was still paying like half his rent or something like that. It's like, you don't even live there anyway. Okay, so now we got Amoeba 2, which I don't know who's worse, Amoeba 1 or Amoeba 2. Now, Amoeba 1 sounds really, really bad. Amoeba 2 is bad in a different way. No, they're different, but they are both bad. Like, I can't tell which one's worse. They're both bad. And then, oh, wait till you guys get to Amoeba 3. Anyway. Turns out Nancy is actually right-winger. It's not an uncommon mindset to support misogyny in partners like that. Hey, I think you're onto something. Okay. Amoeba 2 is a guy who is from America. And she tells us, yes, there's a trilogy. I know. Like that one post that goes Breaking Bad sequel where Skylar remarries, the same thing happens again. Yeah, it's pretty much like that. Subtext understand. So, this is a guy in America that she was friends with through fucking some MMO. I don't remember what MMO. It wasn't Final Fantasy 14, okay? But it was some MMO, and they played MMO together. Mistake number 2. So, she told us, she was like, yeah, I'm like kind of like, you know, it's getting kind of spicy with us. You know, we were friends, we met on an MMO, and you know, like he, you know, is going through something with his wife, and I think they're gonna separate. And you know, I separated from Amoeba 1. So it's perfect. And I'm thinking, really? Or is it just you guys are bonding over the fact that you guys are both not in relationships anymore? Anyway. So she's like, I'm gonna go visit him in Boston, and she goes to Boston, comes back. Also, she tells us a lot of other stuff about him, which is, first of all, he's not allowed in Canada because he has a criminal record. So that's why she has to go to the US to see him. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, I think it wasn't like for murdering someone or anything like that, but it was like something, it was like, maybe, I think it was something tax related. So not like the worst crime, but anyway, so it wasn't the worst crime, but it was still it's still not amazing, you know? So, oh, also he has a child too, which is not like a bad thing, but, I was kind of thinking, are you ready to basically become someone's stepmother? You know? Cause that's a big, you know, anyway, whatever. So she goes to Boston, comes back, and she tells us that in like one day, they had so much sex that her vagina tore. Bad thing if he was deadbeat to the kids. I think he was a deadbeat. Okay, at the time time I felt really bad. At the time I felt really bad for her, right? I'm like, what the fuck? Can you stop getting with trash? Like, girl who just got out of a 10-year-long unfunctional relationship. Yeah, I could just with no orgasm. Remember, Nancy Cornflakes, she doesn't orgasm. Oh, for people who are new here, she's never had an orgasm, by the way. Yeah, just a crazy. Anyway, so they had so much sex that her vagina tore. And this guy, this is why he's amoeba number 2, okay? He didn't really care. He was like, well, I kind of want to keep having sex. Do you think maybe we just need more lube? Not surprised anymore considering she was 10 years in a loveless relationship. Yeah. So he's like, maybe you just need more lube. Maybe it's fine. What if we just add more lube? And she's like, okay. Which I'm like, girl, just no. You kind of need the emotional component. Yeah, definitely. So anyway, he had this like spicy lube, which is just a spicy lube. Okay. Anyway, he had this spicy lube. Hi, Jarud. So he had this like spicy lube that he bought because he thought it would make it, you know, fun, more fun. Menthol lube or actual spicy? I don't remember what she said. She said it was like some kind of like lube that like is supposed to make you feel like it's like hot or spicy. Hi, Reese! Have a good trip. I hope it doesn't turn out like mine. Anyway, so there's so much and we're only in the prologue. I know. No way have I ever gone, this lube should be spicy. I know. So anyway, he goes like, hey, let's use this lube that I bought. It's gonna make things so fun, okay? I bought it, there's like spicy lube. It's gonna make things like feel really fun, okay? Try once, it's terrifying. I do not recommend unless you're a total. Oh, you've tried the spicy, anyway. So yeah, no, I wouldn't. Anyway, so he puts it on his penis and it goes in. And immediately, because her vagina, they have had so much sex that the spicy lube, red ball, white flying goose. And her vagina is, you know, it's not doing well because they've had too much sex. And so the combination of that, you can understand that this is not a good, this is not a good combination, right? So immediately she feels like this terrible pain in her vagina, of course. And like they try to keep going. Like she's like, it's fine, we can keep going. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening? So they keep going for a little bit, and then she's like, okay, actually. I actually think I have to go wash this off, okay? It does take a bit for her to actually have some fucking common sense and be like, actually, I think we gotta stop and I gotta wash this off, okay? So she does have brain cells, just not a lot. So she goes to the bathroom and washes off this terribly painful lube and comes back out, and he's not like, oh my god, are you okay? Oh my god, I'm so sorry that I like thought like maybe we should use that spicy lube. I guess that wasn't a good idea. He literally goes like, you know, that was kind of hot seeing you in pain. That was what he said. That, I'm like, that's a real keeper you got. That's a real keeper you got there, girl. Wow. Listen, I get if you are a dom or something and you like to see someone in pain, but that's not, okay? That's not. I wanna go home, I don't like that's, yeah, no. I was like, cool. That's really so excellent. That actually made me I'm sorry! I'm sorry. Anyway, did you use a condom with the lube though? I think yes, because she's not on birth control, thus not feeling the burdens. Ah, yeah, probably, yeah. So anyway, they stayed together for a while, like a year, I think, but it's really not good. I mean, that's obvious. So, you know how he said he was separated from his wife? He wasn't really, okay? It was more like they were not on good terms, and I kind of think the wife didn't know. And by the way, he still got a kid, okay? And I feel really bad for the kid, actually. And yeah. So this year at let me go. Okay, we're in 2026 now. 2026 February. That's Valentine's Day, right? So because he is with Nancy, they should be doing something for Valentine's Day, right? That's this year, I know! But he doesn't do anything. He doesn't even say Happy Valentine's Day to Nancy, okay? This is happening in parallel to Fart Smelly. Yes! And I never told you guys about this because this was still ongoing with Nancy, and I told you guys about Fart Smelly when it was over, right? Because I didn't want to be like talking shit while it's happening. But now I can tell you guys about this because my whole friendship with her is over. So anyway, he doesn't even say Happy Valentine's Day to her, and he goes, you know what? I'm actually gonna spend it with my wife. So it's like, okay, well now you're fully just the side hoe, and he acknowledges it. My NDA, yeah. At this rate, I fear for what College Girl is going through. Oh, actually, College Girl is doing well. Don't worry. College Girl actually thinks she's like aromantic, so I don't even think she's ever gonna date anyone, which I think, you know, the track record's not good here. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It makes me and Andy actually feel like fucking crazy when, anyway, so, around this time, she actually does break up with Amoeba too. Oh, also, like, they don't even like call or nothing anymore, okay? Like, got all the, I really did. I really did. Can you tell us how many of your friends are secretly in cartoonishly awful relationships? Well, I'm not friends with her anymore, and she's not in a relationship. Currently, none? I think currently none, which is kind of crazy. But the average of the group is pretty good because I need to... Okay. So, she breaks it off with Amoeba 2 because, like, he is totally checked out. And I know Amoeba 1 was already checked out, but maybe she learned, I don't know. He's so checked out. Like, he won't even talk to her, like, at all. And she'll be like, hey, like, can we have a call or something? And he's like, nah, I can't. I have to potty train my child. And it's like, what? You surely for 24 hours a day, you're not potty training your child, right? So Eddie George, who loves Lynn more than anything in the world, is an anomaly and should not have been counted. Sorry, I have to have sex with my wife 500 times. Tell me you've never potty trained a child without telling me you've never potty trained a child. Okay, listen, I know having a child is a handful, But he won't talk to her at all. And by the way, let me remind you, when they first got together, he was calling her every day, okay? And the child was even younger than that at that time, okay? One great boy fiance equals like 30 okay boyfriends. You're so right. You're so right. So anyway, now we're finally getting to, when did this, what was 2 months ago? Maybe it's June, so April, okay. From love bombing to poop training, yeah. Did they separate officially? No! Now we have Amoeba 3! Also, I just have to say, I think she has the issue where, you know how some women just cannot function without the validation of a man? Because she cannot be single. She just simply, she'll end it with a guy and then immediately get with another guy and it'll be like the worst trash ever. Anyway, which I felt bad for. I was like, I feel like, yeah, I was like, I feel like she needs therapy. Amoeba 3 was an actual war criminal. Woo! Wanted to fill the gap, girl, there was no gap to fill. It's like, you need to be single. Being single is like a billion times better than whatever. Count on me and Andy not to have terrible boyfriends, at least. Yes. I know y'all are smart. The only thing going for the guys is that they're not violent. That's such a low bar, but yes, none of them have been physically abusive. That's good, I guess. I mean, the bar has never been lower. The bar has never been lower. I'm gonna drink some tea. I like the idea of him being close to war criminal status. He's not a war criminal, but yeah. The bar is subterranean, yeah. Okay, so they got together 2 months ago. And I guess now we can get to the trip because the trip. But sad face because it's not a happy thing. Yeah. Yeah, thunder cracking in the distance. Okay, so prologue is over. Yay! Call her Hermes Conrad the way she looks for the lowest. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, wait! The limbo? Enthralled with how much setup this requires. This is peak storytelling. Yeah, no, you guys are not ready for this. Pre-flashback over, onto the main flashback. Yeah. Okay. Yes! I know what you're talking about. Okay. So this is a trip. Oh, by the way, I actually invited them all to my wedding. College girl can't come, of course, because she is gone. Okay, and she can't come back. Okay, no, she's not like banned, but like I don't think it wouldn't be worth it for her to come all the way back just for, this was really, it was literally the beginning of this week. She's dead. So the trip, first of all, this was supposed to be my bachelorette trip because I'm getting married in 2 months. So it was supposed to be a really good trip. I did have fun though. There's some parts I tried. And also this was also doubling as a makeup trip for Miss Cupcakes, because for people who don't know, running parallel to this, Miss Cupcakes was with a guy called Fart Smelly, who is basically, we can just call him amoeba number 4 because he was also horrible. Who are you married to? Wow, wouldn't you like to know? I bet nobody here knows. And basically what happened with Miss Cupcakes was when she was with Fart Smelly, yeah, there's this Twitch mod. I know, girl. I'm not gonna tell the whole Fart Smelly story because that would take like 5 hours. But anyway, she went on a trip to Niagara with Fart Smelly, and that was actually like really horrible. Like it went really badly. Okay, like, and so I felt so bad. I think it's you. I think it's you. It's you. You're so cute. You're so cute. So, basically, it was my bachelorette trip, and I also wanted her to have a good Niagara trip too, right over that one. So, this was really exciting for us, okay? We'd been planning this for months. We planned all the things we wanted to do. I wanted to do, there are these like F1 go-karts. There's like this there's Bird Kingdom, there's Hershey's Chocolate World. We had like a whole list of all these things we wanted to do, and it was gonna be so fun. And Miss Cupcakes, like, she went and bought like tons of snacks for our trip so we could have lots of snacks to eat. Never go to Niagara, it will be your downfall. Honestly, that place must be cursed or something. It's actually super nice there, but I don't know. There's something cursed about it. So we were so excited, and I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be so fun. Okay, so Miss Cupcakes comes to my place, and we both go down to where we're gonna take the bus to Niagara. And Nancy Cornflakes is waiting there with amoeba number 3, by the way. Let's just draw amoeba number 3 because I'm just gonna move College Girl over here because she's somewhere else. I want to make him look super stupid. A small form with the other College Girls, yeah. Yes, College Girl, totally innocent. Totally. Absolutely. She's an angel. She's great. Okay. Well, she did ghost us for a year, but that's okay. She unghosted us, so it's fine. Anyway, so Nancy Cornflakes is already at the station with amoeba number 3, right? And she's like, oh, he wants to meet you guys. Yeah, no, not on the trip, just to the station. I would not have survived if he came on the trip. Anyway, yeah. So he's at, so me and Miss Cupcakes, we, you know, we're like, oh, he wants to meet us, you know, maybe he's nice. Because none of the other amoebas ever expressed any interest in wanting to meet us, by the way. So we're thinking, oh, maybe he's nice. By the way, amoeba 3 likes F1, right? So I'm like, oh, maybe, I mean, we'll have something to talk about, you know? Like, he likes F1, I like F1, okay. So we get there, and Lando fan? Actually, he's not a Lando fan, but we'll get into that. So we meet up with them, and thank you, I'll hydrate, thank you. Hitler fan? You don't know how right you are. Anyway, George Russell. That's the worst part about So this music is a little too happy for this situation. Sad music playlist. Evil organ music? One hour of evil organ music. Ah, perfect. Okay. So anyway. All right. So we meet up with them and they are getting some food, right? At the food court before we have to go on the bus. And you know, me and Miss Cupcakes are just, you know, trying to make small talk with this guy that we've never met. And he looks pretty young, by the way. He looks young. Okay, by the way, he's Asian. Oh, by the way, we're all Asian. Okay. I feel like I have to say that because of what comes next. Anyway, he looks pretty young. You know how it is with Asians, right? So, like, he was, like, talking about his, like, baby photos and how Nancy Cornflakes was, like, looking at his baby photos. Okay? We're like, okay, cool. All right, great. And, I am like, oh, like, how old are you, by the way? And he says 26, but it sounds like he says 23. Okay? So I was like, oh, you're like a little baby. But it wasn't like, I mean, that's not really a crazy thing to say, right? I was like, oh, you're like a little baby. And his face got like so red, and he goes like, yeah, well, at least I'm not like a fucking like dinosaur like you guys. Like, you guys were probably born in the fucking prehistoric era. Which is crazy to say to two people you just met and are like your girlfriend's friends. And so, but I wasn't like, well, I was like, okay, okay, yeah, we're old, whatever. I was like, okay, yeah, we're old, okay, sure, I mean, whatever, like, they pulled out. Like, I was like, okay, I guess he was pretty sensitive about that. So, then, literally the whole time he doesn't get over that. So we are probably together for like 30 minutes in between, like, when they eat and walking all the way to the station. It's like 30 minutes, and the whole time he keeps being like, man, these fucking like dinosaurs, am I right? Like, these like old ass bitches, like, am I right? Like, it's like, okay, I think you've made your point, we're old, okay? It's and also he made fun of the fact that Miss Cupcakes couldn't see. By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, Miss Cupcakes only has one eye, okay? So it's kind of not cool to make fun of her for... Isn't his girlfriend the same age as the rest? She's like 1 year younger than me. So really... Yeah, she has one eye. And he, like, when she couldn't see, he'd be like, oh my god, we gotta go to a lens crafter for this one. And it's like, okay. Excellent. He literally has known us for like 30 minutes. Anyway, so... a lens crafter is like a glasses chain here. Anyway. So anyway, we get on the bus. Does that mean that only one lens works? Yes, she buys... I've asked her about this. She has to still pay the whole price for a pair of glasses because they can't just charge her for only one spectacle, even because she is buying two, which I feel like is kind of not fair, but whatever. Yeah, monocles aren't a thing anymore. We don't have the social standing or charisma to heck, but you try anyway. No joke, I'd have to slap that dude right then and there. I know. Anyway, so we get on the bus, and the whole time it's just me and Miss Cupcakes talking. Nancy doesn't talk to us at all, but whatever. It's fine. Like, you don't have to talk. I mean, you know, she's introverted. I mean, we're all introverted, but like, you know, people don't have to talk. They don't want to. So then we get there and we get into the hotel room, and randomly Nancy tells us that she and Amoeba 3 are moving in together. By the way, they've been dating for 2 months. I think that's pretty fast, but she goes, oh yeah, we're moving in together. And we're like, oh, that's pretty fast. And like, she's like, yeah, but I think he's the one. And we're like, oh, okay, how did that happen? Like, how did you decide that? And she said they were just like talking one night and they were joking about living together, and then they jokingly went and looked at places, and then they signed a lease. Also, the crazy thing, he's literally... Also, this is like, has nothing to do with anything, but... Okay, let me just make up a district here. Big Butt Farm. Okay, does maybe number 3? Oh yes, he does. They're actually co-workers. Big Butt Farm, Peebus Land. Okay. Keeping ableist towards me, you want. Oops, he's actually signed a lease. Okay, Big Butt Farm, Peebus Land is where my parents live. Okay, and Nancy goes, yeah, we actually found like a place in Big Butt Farm, Peebus Land. And I'm like, oh, that's where my parents live. And I'm like, they live at Big Butt Street and Fart Avenue. And then Nancy goes, wait, what? That's where our place is. So they're gonna live on the same intersection as my parents? What's a Big Butt Farm, Peebus? Can you straight your crazy? So I'm like, okay, I don't know how I feel about them moving like right on the same intersection as my parents. Anyway, so that is neither here nor there. But yeah, Nancy goes, yeah, he's like perfect. He's perfect for me. He's full of green flags. She literally says he's full of green flags. Okay, remember this, because I'm like, but where are the green flags? Anyway, Chris, that your parents live at Big Butt Street when you Ahmad executed me before I could finish this. Have I heard a single one? I think she's also colorblind. So she's like, yeah, he's perfect. He's full of green flags. You will never find a greener flag. She says that literally. Oh, so full of green flags, yeah. And okay, here I go. This part is so crazy. So tell me she sees a certain red flag as a green. So she goes, Yes, so he used to work as a customs officer. And Dad actually used to work as a customs officer in... Oh my god, this is not the time. Hi, Andor. Okay, so... Okay, so... Reflect when you're red-green colorblind. Yeah, well... Yeah. So, anyway, Dad actually used to be a customs officer when he was in China. So I go, oh, my dad was a customs officer. And Nancy goes, yeah, so it's so he's kind of racist. And then I like, okay, so like when you hear that, you go like, what? Like, what did I just hear? You know, like it's kind of like a thing that you hear, like, you know, from your friend. Like if you heard that from your friend, you'd be like, what? Like, what? Huh? And so I was like, hi, Riley. Yeah, I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, he's racist. And I'm like, like, he's racist? Like, I'm like, am I hearing this right? And she's like, no, but it's okay because I'm racist too. And I was like, what? So I'm like so also I just was in a bus for like 2 hours and I'm like stranded in Niagara with this person now, right? And I'm like, we just got there, we just got to the hotel. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, I'm thinking maybe this is like a very, very insensitive joke. Okay, I don't like it, but sometimes people make jokes like, haha, I'm racist. Not okay. But I don't know, Wiwi, that's the problem. So I'm like, what do you mean? You're racist? Like, what? And she's like, by the way, she said this all very casually, which made me feel really fucking crazy. By the way, Miss Cupcakes is standing right next to us too, and she's like speechless. She hasn't said anything. Internet racist, IRL race. Okay, I'm gonna, guys, this next part, Indy and Andy both know the thing that she says. I'm not gonna say any slurs, don't worry. I'm not gonna say any slurs. But she says something so racist. And she says, okay, she says this, okay? And I do not think this, okay? I think this is horrible what she says. Okay, I'm being very, very, very clear. Okay. She says, oh, okay. Good idea. She says she doesn't trust black people or Indian people, and she thinks they smell bad. Okay, she says that, but she says I, of course. So she says it very casually, okay? Like, she's like, oh yeah, I think blah 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 blah. Like, she says that. And I'm like, oh my god, this is not a joke. this is real. She's actually racist. Like, I'm like in shock. She was so casual about it, she probably didn't start with me with her. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm like, oh. I was... Okay, guys, that's not even... Okay, that is a pretty crazy thing she says, right? But then she goes... Yeah. Then she goes, oh. I thought you guys were racist too. Guys, I was hit with so many things all at once. So then I was like, what is real right now? So I turned to Miss Cupcakes and I'm like, are you racist? And she's like, no. And then I turned back to Nancy and I'm like, yeah, we're not racist. Why did you think we were racist? And she's like, I don't know. I thought we were all racist. I'm like, okay, so I just have so many questions. First of all, spiteful, full of hate. I thought you were too. Are we not going to bond over hating other groups of people? Okay, guys. This really confused me. Because I've been friends with her for like 2 years, right? She never, ever, like, obviously she never expressed any sort of racism. Do you think she's someone that just agrees with whatever the person she's in a relationship with thinks? Yes, I think so. Met you on Reddit, so I just... Okay, also, Auntie thought this was really funny, but I was like, no, I'm woke. Because Auntie thinks it's funny when people say that, like, seriously, but I was so shook. I was like, no, I'm woke. And then she says something else crazy. She goes, oh yeah, you're woke because you're a VTuber. I'm like, what? First of all, what? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Second of all, there's a lot of racist VTubers, okay? She just says whatever. I know. I felt so... I was like, where do I begin here? There are so many racist VTubers. Hi, wake up. So, also... It's been longer than 5 minutes. So... Also, yeah, there's so many racist VTubers. I just found out this morning there's like 3 different racist VTuber dramas happening right now, and I'm like, what? Oh, of course you're woke, you like vegetables. What the hell? It almost makes more sense if she thought you were racist too because of that. Yeah, there's a lot of racist VTubers, right? Anyway, I was like stunned. Okay. Anti-woke VTubers are funny though because it turns out the streamer behind the model is actually a minority themselves. That actually has happened a few times and I'm like, what are you doing? Anyway. There are racist minorities, though. It's true. Anyway. So, in my head, I'm like, hey, I just got here. This is like a 3-day trip. I'm stranded in the same room as her. I can't leave. She bought our return tickets. Oh yeah, so this was a thing that Andy brought up to me that I was like, wait, yeah. So Miss Cupcakes, her ex, Fart Smelly, was racist too. Okay. He would say the N-word. Also, he was Asian. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a lot of Asians in this story. And, you know, when they broke up, she would tell us, she'd be like, yeah, and, you know, he would say the N-word. And I'd be like, oh. So I'm like, wait, how did she think we were racist? You're from Toronto. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Grit and bear it for 3 days. That is what I did, and it was so painful. Nancy knew you were Chinese before she met you, right? Just wondering if she hid some more racism. Miss Cupcakes is Chinese too. I think we did tell her. Racist boyfriend is a legendary artifact creature. So I'm like, okay, I may as well just have fun on this trip. So basically for the next few days, also I think Nancy was mad at us because I think she was turned off by the fact that we weren't race. Sorry, I forgot. She did. Sorry. And he wants me to say this part. When she found out that we weren't racist, which is, this is so crazy. She was like, am I still invited to your wedding? Anyway, so for the next few days, she did not talk to us. This was so uncomfortable. She did not talk to either of us, and it was just us basically hanging out with her there. I didn't want to cause a fight, so I was just like, yeah. Because Miss Cupcakes, I really didn't want to start getting into it with Nancy. There was one brief moment, I think it was when Miss Cupcakes was in the bathroom, that I was so, the words were like in my mouth. Like I was almost gonna just start getting into it with Nancy, but I didn't. Well, you'll find out. So when, oh, also on the second day, we all went out. You know, she just came because, yeah, consider she put up with 10 years of adult adoption, so she probably should just sat around in silence for 3 days. Actually, yeah, this is what she's good at. And, you know, me and Miss Cupcakes, oh, first of all three of us, we went to Bird Kingdom, which is a really fucking great, awesome place. There's so many birds there. By the way, a fucking bird called Boris, like a little green parrot. He went on my arm. Oh my god, I have pictures. Anyways, I love Boris. Anyway, we, like, me and Miss Cupcakes, we went to Bird Kingdom, and it was very nice, yeah. And we're having a great time, and then we notice Nancy is nowhere to be found, okay? Yeah, the parrot, yeah. And, like, we're kind of like, what? Did she just, like, disappear? And she, like, comes, like, waddling up, and she's like, I think I'm gonna go back to the hotel. I don't feel so good. Insert joke about how the racism is making her sick. But anyway, cold temperatures hurt tummies then. Well, actually, she got the hurt tummy. So, me and Miss Cupcakes, though, we were still so nice to her. Okay, we were like, oh no, like, what's wrong? And she's like, I don't know, like, I need to just, like, sit down, whatever. And we're like, oh no. I feel like we could have just left her. Anyway, but birds are too woke. And because of that, we left Bird Kingdom. You should never bring friends to the Niagara Falls ever again. I honestly think I need to just go with Miss Cupcakes, and then it'll be fine. Oh no, anyway. So because of that, admire your patience. I have told her to leave us alone, go do our own shit away from us for the rest of the trip. She kind of just left us alone mostly anyway, because I think she was mad at us for not being racist, which is a crazy sentence, but yeah. We went back to the hotel and we're chilling, and you know, at around dinner time, we were gonna go to Outback because we don't have Outback here. Okay, so I really wanted to try the blooming onion, which I did try the blooming onion. Okay, it was pretty tasty, but I think a little overrated. Anyway, scared I missed like 5 plot twists. No, I don't think you did. I don't think so. Yeah, it's a little over. It's just basically a gigantic onion ring. Anyway, so we went to Outback, all 3 of us. Nice gimmick, but yeah, it's not like the best thing ever. I don't think I would get it again. But anyway, so we order the food. We order our food, and it's literally me and Miss Cupcakes talking. Okay, literally the entire time it's just us talking, and we were having a great conversation, by the way. Like, Miss Cupcakes, she's like into game dev, and she was like telling me all about like her game idea, and I was like, oh my god, that's like a really cool like story, like that's super cool. And we're like really getting into it because like people might not know, but I also made some games in my time. I mean, they were an RPG Maker game, like RPG Maker, not like Unity or whatever, like, anyway, but like, so we're like talking about game dev, and we're like having a great time, okay? And literally Nancy doesn't say a single word. Stop gatekeeping yourself. Unreal Engine, oh my god, I wish I was that smart. Thanks guys, thank you, you guys are so nice. Thank you guys, thank you. So we're having a great conversation, honestly. Like, I'm like, wow, like this is such a cool conversation. And I'm like looking over at Nancy like a little bit, and she's like literally just like staring at her food, just saying nothing, right? And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. And when we're done, like we start walking outside. There's like all these like, there's like rides and stuff. Game, wait, that's shoot. No, I have a game command too, do I not? Oh, that's my old game. I don't even have my new one. Anyway. Nancy intervened like, ew, no, I bet you're making a woke pro DEI game. LGBT pro. Miss Cupcakes does have, she has like a, 2 gay guys, 2 lesbians, and 1 straight ship in her game. I was like, wow, you're really making something for everyone. Game of pronouns. Just racist against the Outback. And so anyway, also she knows I'm bi. So it's like, anyway, I mean, she's more racist, right? I guess she's not as, thank you, Andy. So I like how I still have the organ music. So after we're done eating, we're like walking outside. There's like rides and attractions. There's like a Ferris wheel and like the F1 race, like go-karts. And like, I'm like, oh my god, there's so much cool stuff to do. Like, what should we do? And like, it's literally me and Miss Cupcakes. And like Nancy is like trailing behind us saying nothing, right? Diversity wins. The openly racist ex-friend tolerates bisexual. VTuber and bisexual. When does the woke nonsense end? LGBT ally, but vehemently racist. So, so like me and Miss Cupcakes, we want to go do the go-karts and race carts. And we're so nice, okay? We turn around and we're like, do you want to go on the go-karts too? And Nancy's like, no. Racist gay men, so technically the Venn diagram is... That's true, there are racist gay men. Racist, not homophobic. They draw the line for some... I know, it's crazy, it's crazy. So we turn around and we're like, do you want to go on the go-karts? And she's like, no. And we're like, okay. All right, just asking. So we go on the go-karts. By the way, that was so fucking fun. Okay. That was definitely the highlight of the trip for me. That was so fun. I had so much fun. Okay, anyway, definitely the highlight of my trip. Okay, anyway, so we get off, like, when we're done go-karting, and, like, we go find her, and she's just fucking standing there, and, this is the road, this is the rainbow road, yeah. And, then me and Miss Cupcakes, well, she wanted to go on the Ferris wheel, which is kind of funny because she didn't realize that she was scared of heights. But anyway, isn't go-karting? It's so fun. Oh my god, that's one of the funnest things I've ever done, I think. Anyway, so Miss Cupcakes wanted to go on the Ferris wheel. So again, we turn to Nancy and we go, do you want to go on the Ferris wheel? And she goes, no. And I know, what a time to find out. VR go-kart place. Ooh, yeah, you should try it. And I'm like, okay, she doesn't want to do anything. Why is she here, right? So I'm like, hey, if you don't want to be here, like, if you're tired or something, you can just go back to the hotel room. But I said it really nice, okay? Like, I was like, you can just go back to the hotel room if you don't want to be here. And she's like, okay, I will go back. So she leaves, right? And the race is so cute. And so me and Miss Cupcakes are like, okay, Ferris wheel time. So it's so funny because we get on the Ferris wheel and she's like, yay, Ferris wheel. And it starts like going up. And she starts going like, oh no, this is high. Oh no, this is high. Oh no, this is high. I forgot. I'm afraid of heights. And we're not even that high up. Like when she starts saying that. Hey, so get the fuck out of here. And then I'm like, oh, you're scared of heights? And she's like, I forgot. And she's like, can I sit with you? Because, like, we were sitting across from each other, right? And I'm like, okay. So she, like, comes to my side, and she's, like, literally, like, holding on to me like Scooby-Doo with Shaggy, like, the whole time. And every time we got, like, to the peak, she was like, oh no, we're so high. And I'd be like, okay, it's okay. Like, a lot of people ride this every day. Like, thousands of people ride this and they don't die. Like, it's okay. It's fine. Like, look at the falls. Oh my God, look at that stuff. Like, and it was so funny because, like, we went around like a few times because, like, they don't just make you go around once, like they make you go around like 5 times. And every time we got back to the bottom, she really wanted them to like open the door, but then we would just go around again. Anyway, so when we were finally done, she was like, she was so glad to be off. Cars are more dangerous than this, and then they get scared of cars too. Scared of heights too, but I feel like I could also forget in that instance if I was excited to go in with a friend. I think maybe because she wasn't mentally prepared, because she forgot for some reason that she was scared of heights. So it was like a sudden shock. They're teasing her with age. Anyway, so we get off and I've done similar. I don't know how she forgets. What is crazy to me is when she first went to Niagara with Fart Smelly, she was going to do it with, like, she was going to go on the Ferris wheel with Fart Smelly. And I'm thinking, but they didn't. But I'm thinking if they did, that would have been a nightmare. Because he is the worst. He would have been like, hey, where are you scared? Where are you scared, you little bitch? Where are you? I was like, oh my God, I'm so glad she didn't go on with him. Anyway. Missed the start of story time. Guess I gotta rewatch the start later. Yeah. Also, hi, Lemon. The night before, sometimes you get so excited about doing something new that brain forgets until it starts. Hi, Poop! Thank you so much for subscribing for 43 months. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it is a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. So, Anyway, after the Ferris wheel, I thought that was actually... Yeah, I know, I sound just like Fart Smelly. So, after that, we went to an arcade, which, for people who remember the Fart Smelly story, Miss Cupcakes and Fart Smelly went to the arcade, and he took all the tokens for himself and used all the tokens by himself. He didn't even, like, yeah. So, terrible experience for her at the arcade. So, I had a fun time with her at the arcade where we played many things together, and it was a wonderful experience, okay? And we had, like, 100-something tickets, which is not a lot. So we got some really shitty little prizes. Like, she got a ruler, and we got some hair ties. It was really, really, really shitty prizes, but it's okay. It was wonderful. First Molly sounds just like the others. So, fun time at the arcade. After that, I was like, ooh, I kind of want to go to, like, there was, like, this fudge store where they, like, make fudge there every day. These are shitty prizes, but I'm glad you had fun despite all of the situation. Yeah, I honestly did have a lot of fun when it was just me and her. And so we went to the fudge store, and okay, I didn't realize this oh, by the way, a lot of embarrassing things happened to me on this trip, okay? I didn't realize this happened until Miss Cupcakes told me after, but I guess I, like, walked up to all the fudge, and this lady working there asked me, like, Organa is symbolic of how you're having fun with Miss Cupcakes, but Nancy's still at the back of everyone's. Yeah. Do you usually embarrass yourself a lot, or is it rare? I do, actually. I do. So, I went up to all the fudge, and I was, like, looking at it, and I think I was so focused looking at the fudge that I didn't hear the lady right in front of me who worked there ask, like, oh, what kind of fudge do you want? You skipped over the bird guy story? Oh, sorry! That was another embarrassing thing that happened to me. Okay, I'll have to go back and tell that. So, the lady asks, like, oh, what kind of fudge do you want? And I didn't hear her. So I was, like, looking at the fudge, and then I, like, look up at her, and I just, like, smiled and stared at her for, like, 15 seconds, Miss Cupcake said. So in my head, I was looking at the fudge, and I looked up and saw a lady and smiled at her. But to that lady, she was like, what kind of fudge do you want? And then I go, for like 15 seconds? Okay. Here's something so fudge phobic. I didn't realize it was for 15 seconds. At first, Miss Cupcake said 20 seconds. I was like, 20 seconds? And she was like, okay, wait, maybe not 20, like 15. I was like, 15? And I didn't realize that happened until we were like walking out, and she was like, why'd you stare at that lady for like 20 seconds? I was like, what? What are you talking about? And then she told me, and I was like, what? I didn't hear her. I was so embarrassed. Okay, so the other embarrassing story, which I posted this in the server, was when we went to Bird Kingdom. I got a ticket to hold the parrot. So we went to the parrot area, and I had my ticket for holding the parrot, and I didn't know who worked there to give them the ticket. I can never go back, okay? She was probably still thinking about me, like, hours later. She was probably like, who the fuck was that? I thought she was gonna kill me. Anyway, so, like, I was like, who do I give this to? And then Miss Cupcakes is like, I think that guy works there? And it's like this guy who's, like, wearing clothes that looks like he's staff, and he's, like, leaning against this Jeep. Like, this decorative Jeep that makes it look like a safari. Anyway, so I walked up holding the ticket, and then I'm like, I want to hold a parrot. And then he, like, looks at me, and he's like, okay. And then I realized he didn't work there. And then I turned around and went right back to Miss Cupcakes, and I was like, he didn't work there. He doesn't work here. And I just went up to him and said, I want to hold a parrot. And he just said, okay. Never returning to Niagara Falls, not because of Nancy, because of your opponent. Yeah, I can never return. I want to hold a parrot random by who? No, a parrot on L. It's so much harder now that you tell it this way with such emotion. Yeah. And the fact that I went up to him and I said it like very like, because I wasn't really sure. Like I wasn't 100% sure he worked there. So I said kind of quietly, like I was like, I want to hold a parrot. And he was just like, okay. And then later, when me and Miss Cupcakes were walking around, we saw him again, and I was like, no, it's him! Oh my god, no! Why no? I never want to see him again in my life! So that was another embarrassing thing that happened to me. Another embarrassing thing that happened to me was, we wanted to go on this thing called the Rainbow Bridge. Happy Pride, happy Pride. It's not actually rainbow though. Should I went up to said, sorry, I'm a normal person. I'm not. So I never leave my apartment. Clearly everything out there is embarrassing. No, I am. So we wanted to go on this thing called the Rainbow Bridge. And we're like walking up to it. And we did not realize the Rainbow Bridge is actually in America. Because Niagara, for people who don't know, I think most people know this though, Niagara is like, it's in America and Canada. Okay. So the Rainbow Bridge part is in America. No, it's in both. Why is it called rainbow? I don't know why it's called that actually. It's not actually rainbow. It's just metal. You need a passport. So we like walked into like the area where basically it's the border. Like you need to show your passport to get onto the Rainbow Bridge. Rainbow from the Mist. Oh, that makes sense. And while we were like standing there, I was like, I didn't realize I was standing in front of a door. And the door opened and a border patrol guy like fully hit me like with the door. Like totally hit me like super hard with the door. And like he's like, oh my god, sorry, like are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm okay. Is the door okay? And he's like, no, the door's okay. Like, these things are well built. And I'm like, me too. So that was another embarrassing thing that happened to me. God. Guys, I just plain can never return to Niagara. Oh, another embarrassing thing that happened. It's like when you said, when you eat DoorDash, the guy says, enjoy it. You go, you too. Like when you slapped to the stratosphere by door, immediately tries to show off her rizzing skills. I wasn't trying to rizz! But anyway, another embarrassing thing that happened was, I don't know why, but I assumed that our hotel had a gym because I thought all hotels had gyms. Haven't been to a lot of hotels, clearly. And like literally me and Miss Cupcakes, we put on like all our gym clothes. We like tied up our hair. We got like super ready to go to the gym. We got like water, like our water bottles with us. And we were like, where's the gym? Like we're like looking at like the directory and we're like, where's the gym? And so like we went to the lobby and like, I don't know why, but she hid while she like hid in the hallway. Like she was like too embarrassed while I went up to like the front desk and I was like, where's the gym? And then they're like, we don't have one. And I'm like in like all my gym clothes with my water bottle. And I even have like a towel around my neck. Like I was like so ready. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. And then I went back into the hallway where she's hiding. And I'm like, they don't have a gym. And we're like both wearing all our gym clothes and everything. So sorry, Lynn, I'm not going to invite you to my hotel room ever again. I'm afraid you're going to kill me through embarrassment. You already embarrassed yourself once, another time is no problem. This is disappointing, but not that embarrassing. This is survivable. I would say out of all the embarrassing things that happened, the fudge factory... no, the bird thing was maybe the worst. Then the fudge factory thing. Then the guy hitting me with the door. Then the going down with all my gym clothes. Oh, I guess another embarrassing thing that happened was the gym. Probably weren't the first with the gym. Hopefully, yeah. Crazy that you can do a tier list of embarrassing things that happened in just a few days. Gym isn't that embarrassing, but it is really funny. It was... I felt very embarrassed. If you're already dressed, you could have just made the best of it and jogged around together outside. We actually went back to the hotel room and just did squats in the hotel room. I did like 200 squats in the hotel room. You got plenty of funny stories. Yeah! Another embarrassing thing that happened to me, rage squats. Content farming. I wish it was. I wish it was. Would I have a racist friend for content? No, but it happened. So there was a breakfast, like a continental breakfast buffet at that hotel, and every morning we went there to eat the breakfast buffet. When's the next VR community day? You guys can organize one. Have you not been organizing them? Yeah, racist ex-friend. I missed that part. Oh yeah, you missed the... That's true, you missed that part. It just happens to me, sadly. So at this breakfast buffet, there was this like one lady who did like, I want to hang out with you. Oh, I'm very busy. I mean, we could call sometime if you wanted. She didn't choose content, content chooses. Yeah, the racism thing was the main thing. This is all just supplementary, unfortunately. So, even though she's so embarrassing. It's okay, we'll be in private instances in VR chat. We won't be in public. So, there was this lady, like this old lady who was so sweet, who worked at the breakfast buffet. Like, she did everything. Like, because it wasn't like a big breakfast buffet, it was like a small one. And it was so sweet and cute. Like, it had like small town diner vibes. Like, she was so lovely, so amazing. Like, I can't even describe. She was so wonderful. Okay, I love this old lady who worked at the breakfast buffet. Like, and even the second day that we came, she remembered everything we wanted. Like, the first day we got 2 coffees and an apple juice. And the second day we walk in and she's like, oh, 2 coffees and an apple juice. And we're like, what the fuck? We've been here once. How do you remember? And she was so sweet. Like, she like comes up to our table and she's like, yeah, I've got 19 grandkids and my kids, like, I just love family. Like, my kids, they married like all sorts, like, we've got all sorts of people. We've got an international family. You stare her down for 50 seconds. No, so what it was, wherever you went for the past few days, she was always there staring at you from a distance. She knew all your favorite things, everything. She was so nice. No, that was me with her. Because she was so lovely that I kind of, like, was, like, really enamored. Like, I was like, oh my god, like, she's so sweet. Like, I would literally be, like, talking to Miss Gubbin. I'd be like, she is so wonderful. Like, I have, like, you, wow, she's amazing. Her memory's so good. She's so attentive. She is just the sweetest. And I'm like saying all this like while she's going around working at the buffet, right? Because I'm like, she can't hear me. Curious about amoeba number 3. There's a lot. I'm sorry. There's too much to explain. And I literally said if I was an old white man, I would like whisk her away. And I'm hooked on the sweet old lady now. Anyway, so one time, the second time we're having the breakfast buffet, Miss Cupcake's got like the French toast, and she told us she doesn't like scrambled eggs. And I'm like, you don't like scrambled eggs, but doesn't French toast kind like have eggs on it? It's just the cute, silly filler episode before the tragic second starts. I'm like, but you don't like egg, but French toast has egg. And like when I said this, the sweet old lady was like many meters away when I said this, right? And she just like runs up and she's like, actually, the egg that we use, it's pre-mixed. So we use the same eggs in the scrambled eggs that we use for the French toast. And I'm like, wait a second. She can hear me from that far away. That means she heard everything I've been saying this whole time. She heard me say that if I was an old white man, I would whisk her away. That shows how she knew your order. She can hear your thoughts. Some breakfast buffets use powdered eggs. She thought that was a lovely thing to say. Honestly, like when I was like leaving, like, cause like she was like, oh, are you checking out today? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, oh, you gotta come back to Niagara. It's so nice here. Like, you really gotta check out Niagara on the Lake. It's so nice. And are you like, and she's like, how are you liking Canada? I think she thought that I was like from America, like visiting from America. And she's like, oh, wait, you're probably from Toronto. Oh, I like Toronto too. I love to go to Toronto for concerts. I love going to all kinds of concerts. I love Cher. I love Rascal Flatts. I love AC/DC. She starts like naming all these bands that she likes. I'm glad you gave Miss Cupcakes lots of shrewy things to laugh about. Yeah, we had a great time when we were together. From Canada, that's sorry, ma'am, I don't feel like losing another friend. So I was like, okay, she still likes me, even though I said if I was an old white man, I would whisk her away. Phew. So she was so sweet. I loved her so much. Go-karts, sweet old lady, having fun with Miss Cupcakes. That was the 3 highlights. You should give the sweet old lady the place at your wedding that Nancy had. Lynn failed her willpower check to resist the charm effect. Yeah. Honestly, I should invite her to... And the crazy thing is... Oh, wait. I forgot to say what happened after the... Okay. She's like, by the way, I'm not that into old white men. I'm like, baby, you got room for one more? We got room for one more? Anyway, so this whole time, right, I didn't tell Andy, I didn't tell anybody what happened. I didn't tell anybody about the racist thing, right? I just told him, I was like, because this was too much to explain. It's too much to explain. And I'm like, there's just something that happened that I am grappling with, but I'm still trying to have fun, and I'll tell you when I get back. And that's all I really told him. And Oh yeah. Okay, so on the first day, this is just like an aside. How to construct Waiter, there's a racist person my friends see. Could I get a different? Could I get a different one, please? I'm so sorry for the trouble. Could I get a different? Could I get a different friend? So, the first night, because she's so obsessed with Amoeba 3, right? Nancy has like a video call with Amoeba 3, and I'm just like there, like I'm just like ignoring it, and like. He is just so annoying. By the way, they're on speaker. Like, I can hear him. They are just so annoying. Like, he's like, are you going to Niagara-on-the-Lake? Are you going to this tea house? You should really go to this tea house. You should really go to this. You should really go to that. You should really blah, blah, blah. I know a lot about Niagara Falls. Like, you should really do, like, the stuff I'm telling you. Like, it's, like, I know, like, all about Niagara Falls. Like, you should really do this. Like, blah, 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 what, all this stuff. And it's like, bitch, we already planned it, okay? And then there's another thing. So he ordered like some chicken burgers, right? And he got a free, sorry, that's my alarm to tell Andy to use his foam roller. Anyway, he got a free burger with his order. Like it was like someone else's burger. Yeah, I know everything about this place. I'm like those dinosaurs, literally. Like he accidentally got someone else's burger, right? But he got his burgers. Like it was just they accidentally threw someone else's burger like in his bag, right? And he goes, "Oh my god, whoever ordered this burger doesn't know how to order a fucking burger. There's no pickles in it. There's no ketchup." It's like, okay, that's a free burger. Okay, calm yourself. It's free. Like, listen, if I ordered some burgers and they threw in someone else's random burger and I was like, oh, this is like someone else's burger, and I opened it and it wasn't my kind of burger, I'd be like, oh, well, I didn't even pay for this, so okay, whatever, you know? Thank you so much for subscribing for 7 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd be happy if it was just meat and burger. Yeah, I know, right? Those who complain about free stuff do not deserve free stuff. Don't look a gift burger in the mouth. Yeah. No ketchup. I know, I don't even like ketchup. Anyway. Gotten the wrong order a ton of times. I just eat it. Yeah. Like, it's not that. Like, come on. Like, even if it was like, if it didn't have like my favorite stuff in it, it's like, okay, well, I didn't pay for it, so no, I don't like ketchup. I don't like ketchup. Anyway, and then when she's like, okay, I'm gonna go, like she's like she wants to hang up, right? He's like, oh no, why? But we already? But we just started. Why are you gonna go? It's like, the fuck? He's 26, by the way. He's not 23. We misheard him. He's actually 26. So that's way too old. The car is psychic damage. Like, if you're in a call with someone, doesn't matter who, really, and they're like, hey, you know, I'm gonna go. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, you're probably tired or whatever. Like, okay, bye. And I would never be like, what? Already? No. Like, what the fuck is that? 26 going on. Nice. 12. Bro, we'll do someone's order bitch about it. We all gotta eat the same. Oh, right, racist. They don't. Yeah, he's racist. That's right. So, well, what is this? That was scary. Oh, that was so. Wow, how topical. Anyway, let's go back to the Pokemon music because we just listened to an hour of evil organ music. almost reported that. That was scary. Anyway. Okay, the music's happy again. Okay. So anyway, the whole trip back, like bus ride back, you know, we don't speak to Nancy. At least your place isn't haunted. Yeah, probably. And we finally get to the station, and Amoeba 3 is there waiting for Nancy, and literally, Nancy is still with us. Like, we're, like, literally getting off the bus, and, like, usually if you're, like, with people, like, that you've been on a trip with, and you're still, like, getting off the bus, you're not gonna... You're gonna be like, oh my god, like, wow, okay, great trip. She was literally like, okay, bye. And she, like, immediately, like, ran away from us to Amoeba 3. Like, she really didn't want to be with us another second. I mean, I feel like that was obvious. And Miss Cupcakes and I were like, okay. And... Oh, I forgot. Another thing that happened was, during the trip... Because I have a curiosity, and I don't think Amoeba 3 is great, obviously. Oh my god, I forgot to tell you guys. When I met up with him, he totally fucking, like, he pissed me off. Not even with the fucking dinosaur thing. But you know how I said that he's into F1? And I was thinking, okay, like, maybe we could talk about F1. So when I first met him... the Barcelona Grand Prix had just happened. Like, I literally finished watching the Barcelona Grand Prix, and then I went to go meet them. So I had just watched the race, right? And also it was pretty crazy. That was a pretty crazy race. And, when I meet up with him, I'm like, because he's into F1, I'm like, did you watch the Barcelona Grand Prix? And he's like, nope. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, it was good. And it was like, some races are pretty crazy. And I'm like, oh, but you're into F1? He's like, yeah. Do you get all your information from Drive to Survive, which, if you guys don't know, Drive to Survive is like this, like, documentary show on Netflix. And I think because I'm a girl, he assumed that I don't actually watch F1. I just watch Drive to Survive. And I was like, no. And by the way, I watched the Barcelona Grand Prix and he didn't. So now who's getting all their information from Drive to Survive? That made me so mad. And I was like, what? Like, no, I watched the races. I just watched the Barcelona Grand Prix and you didn't. And then he, like, gets offended and he's like, whoa, okay. It's like, you... Anyway, did not like that, okay? I did not like that. Anyway. So, yeah, you're acting a bit hysteric. Dude, he definitely thought I was a bitch. Which, that's okay. He can think I'm a bitch. I don't care. So anyway, coming back from the trip, I came back and so, unpopular opinion, but I don't like Amoeba 3. Wow, me too. So, Andy is like, you know, he's like, ooh, when you're back, like, let's go get a pizza. No, bitch, I watched them drive. You won't survive. Reminds me of the time I saw McLaren Jag. I said, who's your favorite driver, Lando or Oscar? They looked at me like I was speaking French. Maybe they were old school McLaren fan? Amoeba rank. I can't even rank them. They're all so bad. I want to say Amoeba 3 worst, but it's hard to say. Andy Clueless, let's go. Yeah. He was like, let's go get a pizza, and you can tell me all about the trip. And I was like, we can go get pizza, but I won't tell you about the big thing yet. He's like, no, just tell me while we're eating our pizza. And I was like, no, I think I need to tell you like when we're back at our place, and you need to be sitting down because this is very serious. So we ate the pizza, and I told him about like fun stuff like the go-karts and the Ferris wheel, like, very serious. And we got back home, and I was like, okay, I need to pee, and you need to. Was there any reason she assumed you guys were also racist? No, I don't know why, and that still flabbergasts me. There was a lack of. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pee and just like sit on the couch, and I will tell you. And this is pretty shocking, okay? Because he's met her. Like, I've been friends with her for like 2 years, okay? Like, I've hung out with her a lot, okay? She's not a casual friend. I was pretty close with her, which really fucking blows my mind. And he literally did that gif where the guy enters the room on fire with pizza. Sorry, across the board, really dig your race as well. So I'm like, okay, BB, you have to like mentally prepare yourself because this is very, very crazy, okay? And he's like, okay, before you tell me, can I guess? I'm like, okay, you can try to guess. And he's like, is it political? And I'm like, ooh, yes. And Flower Basket, by the way, of coming out too. Who the fuck goes, I'm racist, right? I know! Like, she said it, like, really casually. Like, this was, like, totally normal. And he's like, is it political? And I'm like, oh, ooh, okay, you're on the right track. And he's like, does this have to do with, like, Palestine? And I'm like, no, but she probably has opinions on that. So he guessed a few things. Eventually he did land on. That's the thing that confuses me. A lot of racists will say, oh, I'm not racist. But she literally was like, I am though. Anyway, so he eventually was like, is she racist? I was like, yes. So when he got it, I was like, okay, you're not going to be that shocked then. Well, he still was. Because I was like, okay, well, now at least he knows what it is. Like, I thought maybe he would think this was like a small disagreement or something. So I felt like it was good to have him a little bit primed on the general subject. But it was still, of course, extremely shocking the way that she went about it. And the, oh, I thought you guys were racist too. Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you guys. She actually brought up the racist thing again later. Okay, sorry. This is all over the place because there's just too much. Okay, so first of all, in the hotel room, when we first got into the hotel room, that was when... It's not the only thing. It's horrible. So in the hotel room, that's when she says, I'm racist. And all the really racist stuff that she said. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, right? And then we're like, okay, that's fucking crazy, but okay. And we're like, okay, well, let's go have dinner. So we go to this restaurant, and I'm thinking like, okay, I'm stuck here. I'm in shock, but I'm gonna eat my chicken parm. And so Miss Cupcakes, she goes, so you're like going to the restaurant but still can't get, yeah. The food was great. Food was delicious. And Miss Cupcake goes, so you're moving in with Amoeba 3. And then Nancy goes, yeah, I'm really glad to be moving out of my old place. And she says it's because her old roommates were Black and Indian. Okay, yes, again with that. And she's like, I'm really glad to be moving away out. They are disgusting. They are nasty. Whatever. Yeah. So, yeah, I know. She says it again. Oh no, she literally said the words because I'm racist, right? So that's why I don't want to be around. She literally says that, okay? And yeah, I don't think so either. I think she was just hiding it before. Anyway, so I'm like, yeah, it's like, anyway, it's just a lot. Anyway, like it's an endearing yeah, I know. And then I'm like, oh, so are they why you're racist? Like, I'm thinking, okay, so did you start hating these people, these races, because of these roommates? Because, you know, sometimes some racists, they'll have like a bad experience with one person and then think, okay, I hate that whole race now. I mean, it happens. So I'm like, that's why you're racist? And she goes, no, I was already racist. This just reinforced it. Like, she says it so casually, it's crazy. Finding out her boyfriend is openly racist probably just made her feel validated. I think so, yeah. And I'm like, okay. No, I was born racist, actually. My first word was the N-word. Whole idea of saying I'm racist in any... I know! Usually they say... Because you will get the most racist people. And they'll be like, hey, I'm not racist. I just hate immigrants. Or something like that, you know? But she just straight up was like, I am. I hate them. I'm just irredeemable, the character. It's crazy. I'm gonna drink some tea. Yeah, like, usually they're like, you know, I'm not racist. I just, I don't like immigrants taking our jobs. Or I'm not racist. I think they're uneducated. Or something like that. But she just said it. They'll say they're politically incorrect or something because saying you're racist is a terrible position to defend. I know, but the crazy thing is, like, she was so chill about it. Stop saying it in first person. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Anyway. So, okay, back to where I was in the story. Sorry. I'm not gonna say any more of that stuff, okay? After I get back, poop, I was so shocked. Like, I don't understand it because she's been to my streams. I had to ban her from the stream. Like, how can you not know the kind of person I am if you're my friend? I'm so fucking confused. Anyway, so it sounds like I haven't. It did feel like a nightmare. So with, you know, I told Andy all about it, and he was flummoxed. Did you also think you were high? I don't remember when we first met if she thought I was like into weed. Sorry, I keep like clearing my throat because I've been eating a lot of fudge because I bought a lot of fudge at Niagara. Anyway, So he was, yeah, it's yummy. It's really sweet though. Every time I eat it, I like crinkle up my face because I'm like, oh my god, it's so sweet. Anyway, so after I tell him, he's also like speechless, right? And he's like, I think it's safe to say this friendship is over. And I was like, yeah. Sure, you're talking about Chinese people got the right. 50% butter, 50% sugar. It's literally butter and sugar and milk. So I'm like, oh, that's why it's so sweet. I have to buy a lot of fudge after you stir it to 56. Fudge also makes your spit more viscous. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. So, the thing was though, on the trip, Miss Cupcakes paid for a lot of Nancy's stuff. Nancy owed her like $137. Fudge makes her diarrhea more frequent. Oh, I see. That's not good. So I was like, makes you spit more vicious. So I'm like, okay, I can't friend break up with her yet because if she gets mad, Miss Cupcakes might not get her money. So I have to just sit here and wait for Miss Cupcakes to get her money first. Then I'll friend break up with her. So literally, we got back on Tuesday and she did not pay her until like yesterday. So literally we have our own server and way more is payment for being elaborate ruse to get a free trip. We were literally scared she wasn't gonna pay and just ghost. So like I tell Miss Cupcakes, like I'm like, Kate, I think I'm gonna delete like our server because I don't want to be friends with her anymore. Because I made the server. And like, so I'm like, but I know you need your money, so I'm gonna wait for you to get your money first so that she has no idea, and then I'm gonna delete the server. And I also deleted her as my friend, of course. I deleted her everywhere. And I also don't forget College Girl. I had to also tell College Girl. I told her and I was like, hey, so while we were on our trip, Nancy just told us she's racist. Like, I was like, it's so crazy. And she's like, what? Cultural learning about everything after the fact as well. It sounds so fake. Anyway, told more like, yeah. So we waited and waited and waited. And yesterday, finally, Nancy did send the money, but she said nothing in our server. Like, she didn't say anything. Like, literally since we left the bus, she had not posted anything in the server. So I think she really was, like, very mad at us for not being racist. But it's so funny whenever I say that. And I deleted the server yesterday, and I am looking forward to never talking to her again. And I had invited her to my wedding before, but she is obviously not invited anymore. And that is that saga. Can't even rely on your friends to be racist because it's okay. I literally went through like the stages of grief. Picturing College Girl coming back after a while to this post-apocalyptic wasteland, and you're like, I have to update you on some stuff. Told her literally she's not invited. I haven't said anything to her, but I deleted the server, which is where I had the location and time of the wedding. And I know she doesn't save dates or locations because whenever we used to hang out, like literally like the night before, she'd be like, where are we hanging out? When? So I know she doesn't save that shit. Did you talk about the casino or did I miss that part? Oh, I didn't talk about the casino. I went to the casino, you guys. That was my first time at a casino. And I gambled. And I lost $20. I think you should formally uninvite her. Okay. I'll tell Miss Cupcakes to tell her. Because I already unfriended her and I can't talk to people I'm not friends with. Steal your time back from her. I wish I could. It's okay, Kiki. No, my problem was I made $4 at first. Miss Cupcakes hasn't unfriended her yet. I think she can talk to people she's not friends with. I don't know. You don't have her phone number? No, we only talked on Discord. 200k in debt, so I'm doing another stuff. So, yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, and I lost $20 at the casino. But I made $4 at first, but I gambled it all away. That was my problem. If I had just cashed out when I made $4, I could have had $4, but that's the whole thing, right? Also, a thing, okay, because I'd never been to a casino before, when I was a small child, so overall you won $4, that's how gambling works. You could have one chocolate. No. Instead, I lost $20. But, when I was a small child, like 5 years old, okay? Dadechi told me, like, he was like, when you're an adult, do you have any interest in going to a casino? Which is such a thing to ask a child, but one less fudge you could have gotten. And I was like, what is the casino? And then he goes, it's like a place where, you know, you have to be an adult, but people try to win money there. And I was like 5, so I'm like, I don't care about that. And he's like, but you can get free drinks. They give you free drinks because they want you to keep playing. And then I'm like, what? Wait, drinks? Like Coke? And he's like, yeah, you can get a Coke if you want. And I'm like, chocolate milk? And he's like, yeah, probably. And I'm like, whoa, I want to go. Yes, like Coke and other Cokes. Like Sunny D. And my first time at the casino, I was looking around for the free drinks. I was like, where's the free drinks at? Yeah, you can definitely get Coke at a casino, just not the one you're thinking. And there was a small little area, like, it was so small, and all they had was tea, coffee, and like a few sodas. And I was like, oh, this is the free drinks? But we still camped there, and I still drank like a lot. I drank a lot of like iced tea and Coke. I tried to drink back my $20 worth of get free stuff if you spend a lot of. Yeah, I think the $20 I lost wasn't enough for them to. I played roulette. And this was my problem because I was like betting on like every number, and I was like, this is like a free money hack because if I bet on every number, I will win every time. They point out a fuss on the wall. I actually did win the $4 that way though. Then I lost it all. I was eating too much in the hotel cafeteria. Yeah, I was like, this is a free money hack. Why didn't anyone else ever think of this? I'm so smart. the people watching me through the security cameras were like, damn. Let's hope she thinks that she can make infinite money this way. Videos were narrator's voice, everyone had already thought. Yeah. That was crazy. I lost $20 at the casino. I will make infinite losses. Infinite loss hack. Yeah. So yeah. It's crazy because Nancy, made me like this charm like a year or two ago that says like friend in Chinese on it. Like she like embroidered it and I was like, oh my god, this is so sweet. I threw it in the trash right when I got home from the trip. And oh my god, yeah. So I've been going through the stages of grief, right? Like at first I was like, when I came right home, I was like, I'm not even sad. I'm just like really disappointed. But then I started getting sad. Then I started getting really mad. Then I would get sad. Then I would get mad. And last night, it's okay. It's okay. I think I'm just at the mad part now. Last night, with Andy, I was like, I feel like I could break all her bones. Like, we were, like, sitting on the couch, and he was, like, playing this game that I got him for his birthday. No, I don't think I will ever get to bargaining. And I was playing Tomodachi Life, and I was like, she's pretty scrawny. I could probably break all her bones. And he thought it was really funny because I never talk about people like that. Like, even if I'm mad at them, I don't say stuff like that. But I was, like, so mad. And he was like, don't worry. Don't waste your time on her. Don't waste your time on her. You're too good for her. And I'm like, what? You don't want me to break all her bones? I was like, can I hope she dies? Me posting heartfelt vibes supposed to you responding they should be eaten alive by wasps. Lynn wants to go in Gloria's bed. So yeah, I mean, the thing that I think makes me feel better, oh my god, and makes me feel better, baby, is Amoeba 3 is clearly like a fucking, what's it called? Like manosphere type, right? She's gonna be like miserable. Yeah, like a chud. Like, yeah, she's gonna be miserable with him, and they can be racist together, whatever, racist and stupid and miserable together, and I don't even care. Oh yeah, also, Miss Cupcakes has made, don't you know that having a girlfriend is gay? Having a girlfriend is gay, doesn't he know that? Miss Cupcakes has made friends with another girl, and don't worry, she's not racist. I hate that we have to screen people for being racist now. What the fuck? But anyway, racist for racist. I don't actually remember what she looked. I haven't actually met her. I only saw a picture. We're gonna call her Artist Girl. First question, are you racist? So the crazy thing is, we're talking yesterday. I'm talking with Ms. Cupcakes. And wait, Donovancha? Sorry, I'm sorry. I always miss them. Subreddit for finding racist friends. No, Yatsuko, thank you. You didn't have to do that. Why? Thank you, Hex. Why'd you do that? Thank you. You didn't have to do that. No, thank you so much. Thank you. You're so sweet. You did not have to send me money because I had to deal with my friend being racist. That's just life. Sometimes you find out your friend's racist. Mubafore is woke, so she copies all this. Feel awful for Miss Cupcakes. Twice she went to Niagara and twice things happened. I literally think, like, Andy literally said, we need to have a third trip now where it's just me and her. At that point, nothing can go wrong. Then it's foolproof. And so it's like, oh, I thought I was on Toronto racist. Hey. That's why she was like, wait, I thought you guys were racist too. Thank you for the 50 months, Suga. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Think you have to not go back. I think it's cursed. I think it is cursed there. So the thing is, Miss Cupcakes went back to Toronto Hangout Friends, and she met this other girl. Does artist girl do art? Maybe? She's an artist online, but I feel like I can't say who it is until we're friends, or else it's like low. Is it like doxing? I'm not sure. Anyway, so yeah, I won't say unless we become friends. So anyway, artist girl. Yeah. So Miss Cupcakes went on Toronto Hangout Friends and met artist girl. And Miss Cupcakes was gonna actually hang out with artist girl today, but Miss Cupcakes got sick from the trip. So she couldn't. Oh no, on her profile it does say she's from Toronto, so there is that. Their trip is a Fight Club situation where it turns out you two are the same person. Whoa, that's crazy. Miss Cupcakes does have big boobs. I think that's probably where our similarities end. I mean, we both like Saw. Anyway, so our school is like her 1.0 name in a few months. She'll be called Jenny Souffle. So anyway, what's crazy is Niagara really does hate Miss Cupcakes. I want to be violent to that body of water for infect. It's actually such a nice area though. Like, people that we go with aside, everyone there's so nice. The attractions are fun. It's just the people that we've been going with are just terrible. I just don't get it. Visit a different waterfall. maybe we should just go somewhere else, I guess. Okay, so Miss Cupcakes tells me, she's like, okay, so I went back on Toronto Hangout Friends and I met this girl called Artist Girl. She's not racist, so that's cool. And I'm like, cool. I would be totally open to meeting Artist Girl. And Miss Cupcake sends me a picture of Artist Girl tabling at a convention, right? And I'm like, whoa, her art's so good. Like, oh my God, that's so cool. Like, I would love to meet her. And like, Miss Cupcake is like, yeah, like maybe we could all be friends. And like, so I get this picture and I'm like looking at it, and then I look like, okay, wait, let me show the. Okay, I'm not gonna show the picture, obviously. Okay. So here's the table with the prints and stuff. Okay. This is her. And then this is another table. And then there's like the picture's like just cut off like this, right? And I'm like looking at these prints. And I'm like, hold up. That's my friend. So this the person tabling here is like my friend. I literally just, this is the friend that I went and like sang karaoke with and like had dinner with like a couple weeks ago. And I'm like, wait, I know this person. And then I like told Andy and I was like, wait, do you know who this is? And he's like, oh yeah, we're mutuals. And I'm like, what? So Andy knows her. This person, I looked online, and this friend of mine is also friends with her. Yeah. And now Miss Cupcakes is friends with her. So I'm like, oh my God. And Miss Cupcakes is like, do all artists in Toronto know each other? But I literally think it's because back in the day on Twitter, like all artists followed each other. I am late to the party. No, I'm not friends with her. I have actually never heard of her before in my life. And I was like, oh, am I just... I don't know. I just live under a rock, I guess. I guess everyone else knew her and I didn't. So, but the thing is, she's not on Blue Sky. Tabling makes you just meet everyone. That's true. That's true. She's not on Blue Sky. So I'm like, oh. Anyway. So we might be getting... Which she is? Oh, I didn't see it. Okay. I guess she is on Blue Sky. Sorry. So we might replace Nancy with Artist Girl. Jenny Souffle. I guess Jenny Souffle is... I kind of like that name. So let's just go with Jenny Souffle. Curious, is there a particular reason why you don't? Oh, good question. Let me explain the reason I don't table. Well, it's just because I don't like it. But when I was in high school, I tabled a lot. Hi, Will Robin. Thank you so much for the nice streak. Thank you. Oh, wait, no. That was streak. When I was in high school, it's a good question, such a teacher way. I know sometimes my teacher comes out. Okay, so here's the thing. When I was in middle school, I like tabling, but what about cheering? I do like cheering. Because my family is Chinese, you gotta know that it was not really well received that I wanted to be an artist when I grew up. Happy Pride to your teacher. And I would tell, you know, my parents that I wanted to be an artist when I grew up. I used to table a lot is already a good idea. And they, okay, listen, they're Chinese, okay? So this doesn't mean they're horrible, but they really, really discouraged it, and they did a lot to discourage it. So, they're like, sometimes my dad, he'd be like, you know, do you really think your art is good? Like, I don't think it's that good. And I would be like, well, you know, I can get better, you know? And one time that really hurt my feelings, and this actually gave me insecurity for like probably the rest of my life, but I think I'm like kind of mostly over it. What my dad said was not even that bad, okay? So I was getting some prints made. Perry the Platypus. I was getting some prints made for my first convention I tabled at, which I was 13, by the way. That's when I started tabling. Because I was like, my parents don't believe in me. I feel like I have to prove that I can make money with my art. So I started tabling when I was 13. And so speaking of your art being good, raise your commission prices. I already did. You want me to raise it more? So my mom, Mametchi, helped me go to like a fucking UPS or something to make prints. Gotta think about inflation. Oh, true. Especially as they ask for inflation. Maybe I'll raise them a little bit. And we went to like a UPS, and we got the prints made, and like we were like driving back, and my mom was like, do you really think you're good? Like, do you think these prints are gonna sell? And I was like, I hope so. We'll have to see at the convention. And she goes, because the guy that was working there, he asked me who drew those. And I said my daughter. She's like 13. And the guy said, oh, I thought like a 5-year-old drew these. And she said that to me because she was trying to discourage me. I don't know if that actually happened, but she said that to me because she really, really wanted to discourage me from being an artist, right? So I was like, really? Like, I was like, my art is that bad? My art is that bad that they think I'm a 5-year-old? This is like Perry the Platypus age by... Oh yeah, I guess not everyone here has seen my Perry the Platypus. I don't know why that's my, like, go-to to show people. How do I... wait, let me go to my storage just so I can show you guys Perry the Platypus. Your broccoli. Okay, the broccoli was really bad. Bye, Drew Pod. Have a good day. The broccoli was actually really bad. Let me go find the Perry the Platypus. Oh no, I have so many things on my DeviantArt. It's crazy. That who? Oh, here it is. Here. Okay. Perry the Platypus. I don't think I made a print of this. Or maybe I did. Doesn't matter if it was Perry. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it was Perry. But anyway, did I make a print of that, or that was it? That was around the time. I definitely made a print of my My Little Pony stuff. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, I was like, does this really look like a 5-year-old drew it? But like, we never. I totally forgot about Vet Who until I showed it the first time on stream. Anyway, so I was like very, very. Your mom must have been lying. Maybe. I don't know. If a 5-year-old did that, I'd focus on my personal. But or from kids that table with their parents here because I know how much it can impact their confidence. Yeah, and some kids are fucking good. Okay, some kids are fucking good. I'm like, damn, you're a genius. Anyway, I guess we're done with this story. I guess I'll just keep it there. But anyway, like, so that my mom telling me like, oh, that guy thought that a 5-year-old did your art, like, was like, it like echoed in my head, like, and I was like, really? Like, I'm really that bad? Like, oh my, I'm that bad? So I like, it might not look like it, but I practiced so hard. Like, I practiced so much because I was like, oh my god, my art is that bad? Add the story art to your merch store as a print or this one. I would have to give Miss Cupcake some royalties. So it was crazy. Oh yeah, and then I also had an art teacher around that age. It was just coming at me from everywhere. Like, where I already told this story before on stream, but like, I had this friend who we both like to draw for each other a lot. I think it's obvious that you practice lots and put a lot of work in. Okay, I'll take you. Wait, I have to burp. Excuse me. Try to discourage you, but I only encourage you first in order to tell you. Yeah. Miss Cupcake is your story character. No royalties allowed based on real events. 822. Thank you. 1000. Wow. 732. Yeah, I know. The other two were like tiny. I know. Glad you took the adversity to try harder rather than it pushing you to give up completely. Yeah, because I just like art too much. I was like, oh, well, I guess I just gotta get better then. At first, but then it just sounded like you were dying. Yeah, they were like coming out kind of weird. 10 makes me want to vomit. So anyway, I had this friend when I was around that age. I was like 13, and no, I'm okay. Don't worry. That's just my burp sometimes. Don't worry. Don't be worried. So tell the burps it's okay to come out weird. It's private. Yeah, you can come out weird. It's okay. And one time our art teacher like gave us an assignment to like design a city or something. And that's kind of crazy assignment to ask of kids. I mean, it's kind of an interesting thing that I would like to see a lot of kids try. But thank you, Andy. Today I'm coming out as weird. 5-year-old make those burps. Kids can have some fucking crazy burps sometimes. Anyway, and so we both like sketched a city, and we both wanted to go to art school. We're like both 13, by the way. Like, we're like 13 and we already want to go to art school. But anyway, thank you, Andy. You're so sweet. Thank you. And the teacher looked at like both of our papers, and she like to my friend was like, wow, you could definitely get into art school. And then she looked at mine and she was like, I do not think any art school is gonna want you. Like, she literally said that. And okay, first of all, that's crazy that she said that to a 13-year-old. And then second of all, my friend didn't even defend me, okay? I would have been like, no, oh my god, no, yours is good. Like, my friend was like, yeah, it's because I, like, you know, just practice a lot, so yeah, that makes sense. Like, she literally said that, and I'm like, okay, I got no one in my corner. Sleeper agent for your mom. Everyone trying to... Why was everyone so mean to me? It's crazy. Nobody was fucking with your agent PR. I know. It's crazy. Anyway. Address some tea. I know. And he's so nice to me. He's always like, wow, I love your art. It's so nice. And I'm like, oh, thank you. I was still like really insecure. Like, even when we first got together, like, I would always be like, oh my god, my art like is so bad. But it's really not good to say stuff like that, okay? Do not say stuff like that. Even if you think your art is bad, don't say it, because it's really bad. Don't say that. Thank you. One couple of says your art so sucks. It's really funny. Wait, what clip? Volume of karmic balance. Remember the story? It's even worse knowing it was around the same time of the other. I know! I was like, damn, my art must be really, really bad. No one believed in you, yet you soldier on there. You drop porn for weirdos, positive on the internet, truly uninspired. I know! I'm like, wow, that's so cool! Wow, that's so cool! The 2 cakes meme shrine. Yeah! When you were going through an art exchange together? An art exchange? We got the core chibi you did for me literally last night, gushing about how cute it is. Thank you! Thanks, guys. And you know, the thing is, I had a phase. Your Are You So Sucky said still is. That's so funny. Thank you, Auntie. You're so nice. Thank you. I feel like I had a phase because of all that stuff where I was like, oh my god, like, I need to be a good artist or else my life is over. But I feel like at this point, I'm like, okay, it's not that, like, deep. Like, no, it's not a link. No, stop it. Mom knew half of what Andy has seen. She'd know this was probably one of the better job choices. She would definitely have some thoughts about the work I do now. Oh, thank you, Luda. But yeah, I'm just like, it's not that deep. Like, my art doesn't have to be the most fantastic, amazing, most beautiful genius ever, like, ever art. Like, I feel like a lot of kids get in their head about that. Like, they're like, oh no, this is not like the most beautiful, amazing, fantastic, never before seen, like, out of this world amazing art. Oh no, I am a failure. I'm like, oh, actually, it's literally just chill. Like, literally, you can just draw an art and it doesn't have to be the most amazing, fantastic, wonderful thing that anybody has ever seen in their whole life. Your art is unique and genuine. You can sense the experience and care. Thank you! Thank you, Riley. Well, you do the art you do and people who want it will pay. Yeah, that's so true! Everyone has to like my art right now. I'm gonna cry for it. I was not like that, but then the internet. Yeah. So when I was an art teacher and there was like kids that was like, it looks bad. I was like, no, I'll kill you if you say it looks bad. Can you imagine if I said that to the kids? doing good now, so don't even worry. Anyway, that was a really long answer for why I don't table anymore. Which is just, I tabled a lot when I was in high school because I felt like I had to prove to my parents that I could make money from art. I did like 4 conventions a year. That's crazy while being in high school. And when I got into college, I stopped and I never went back. That's it. That's the answer. It also is quite exhausting. It's quite exhausting. It's customer facing. And there's a lot of things you see sometimes at conventions that you're like, ooh. A lot of things you smell. Art has been a lot more free since I started making myself finish pieces out. Myself to just leave some things as sketches. Yeah. It's okay. You don't have to always make a finished piece. I miss tabling a lot. I never did super good, but I liked it a lot. Aww. You should table at TCAF. I feel like your stuff would do really well at TCAF. TwitchCon? I feel like TwitchCon is really stinky. Now that is a stinky place. My friends tabled at TCAF recently and they told me afterwards about the horrors that they saw. They saw like a guy walking around with a shat-in diaper. And I'm like, that's incredible. Why? Why? Why do you have a shat-in diaper? Why are you walking around in a shat-in diaper? Yeah, TCAF. It's like Toronto Comics. Wait, I can't believe I forgot the abbreviation. Toronto Comic Arts Festival, and it's like it's a free convention where it's mostly like original stuff. Like a lot of people who do a lot of original stuff actually table there, and they actually don't allow you to table if it's like if you mostly do fan art. So you see a lot of like people's own comics and zines. The amazing Agital Furcus. Is there any tea involved? If you want it to. Free convention or a freak convention? Because it's free, it's a freak convention. Wish they had that here. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But then you do, because it's free, and Toronto does have a lot of interesting wildlife, you will get like a guy walking in there with a used diaper. Yeah, it's cool, and they get cool guests and whatever. It's nice, except for the undesirables. Excuse me. Stop calling other people. It's because I was like with my friends and we were literally talking about that. Like I was like, oh yeah, because it's free, like you get a lot of you know, and she's like the Toronto wildlife, and I was like, yes, exactly. 7 8 8 8 8 8. Thank you. That's the thing about Toronto. Like, literally, I had a friend who came and for TCAF from, like, the States, and I was like, I just have to let you know, there's a lot of crazy people here. Like, it's nuts so far. So, like, there's all sorts of people. And they were like, oh, no, that's okay. I'm from Chicago, so there's all sorts of crazy people here. And I was like, okay, you're ready. There's a lot of strange wildlife in Toronto. You will be abducted by a family of raccoons. I mean, there's probably people who make assumptions of me because I like to draw porn. But I know they probably think I'm a degen, and I am. So it's crazy. You know, there was a period of time, I think this was like, I don't know, maybe like 6 years ago or 6, where I didn't draw any porn or anything like that because I wanted actually people to think that I was like a pure little flower. 676766767. Assume your favorite pizza flavor is anchovies. Wait, why? I add you in the clip I was mentioning. Oh. Okay, wait. When I'd been drawing for 1 year, I was like, it was like the worst shit I've ever seen in my life.
Still is. At this rate, we better. Okay. Well, I'll try and simmer down. Okay.
I totally forgot. Oh, that was a long time ago. Wait, how? Oh my god, that's like 4 years ago. I totally forgot. It's in the clip channel, Booby. Yes, you're in it. That's so funny. Yeah, a lot of people, I mean, I think they just assume I'm say so. Well, I think probably a long time ago more. Although still there's a lot of people who don't know I draw porn. I don't know how that memory reactivated either because that was like 4 years ago. That's crazy. It's been 3 hours, but I think I'm finally ready to start working on commissions. I still think you're pretty say-so. Do you genuinely think that? Say-so propaganda worked very well up until they heard you talk on stream for more than 1 minute. Yeah, that's like 4 years ago. That's why I was like, what? You sure you are ready? Ready for what? Oh, for a commission. You want to commission you for porn as my second commission? I guess a lot of my porn is pretty wholesome looking though. But I do read some stuff that I wouldn't draw. Let's just say it like that. That sounds so cute. I keep forgetting how much not-safe work you actually do. Yeah. But I do read some crazy stuff. I started getting into this thing that I just literally just learned about like a week ago. It's called alpha bitching, which is... Think you're so pure and innocent. I heard you say anything uncouth, I would shrivel up like a raisin. Okay. Let me explain what alpha bitching is. Okay, actually, no, we're not doing commissions because I had to explain what alpha bitching is now. Okay, so First, I have to explain what Omegaverse is again, because not everyone knows, and it's been a few years since I explained what Omegaverse is. So let me just explain it again. Omegaverse. Okay, so... Stop! Okay, so in the Omegaverse, there are 3 sexes. A lot of people know of it, but they don't know the details, okay? So, let me just, okay, this will be the alpha. Let me just draw a banana, or an eggplant. Let me just draw an eggplant. Okay. Oh, bye, Willie! Have a good day! Think about that disgusting sex from Tender as a Flesh. I was so gross and off-putting. I There's sex dead, so people don't even get to. Yeah, Natalie. Okay, so let me go with... Okay, so let me first describe alphas. So alphas have penis and butthole, okay? Now you're probably thinking, okay, how is that different from regular people? Okay, you're gonna see, okay? So we got alphas, then... Whoa. Oh yeah, and they have like no, okay, so that's looking like a weird looking eggplant, okay? And then this is betas. Okay, so betas also have a butthole. And they have like a more like normal like penis. Vicky was horribly... And then we have omegas. Kind of look like chili peppers. Yeah, okay, yeah, it can be a chili pepper if you want. Which there is a vagina in the butthole. Now, do not ask me, how do omegas poop? Because I don't know. That is never explained. And they sometimes have like a little like worm, but it's not really like... It's like useless. Like it does nothing. The butt size different import. No, they're not actually supposed to be different sizes. They have a cloaca? Kinda, yeah. Okay, so these are the 3 sexes in Omegaverse. Now, sometimes they, depending on the story, they can be a little bit different. But generally speaking, the front is just the skin. Basically, yes. So generally speaking, alphas, they have big penises, regular buttholes, and they want to have sex with omegas. Like they have like this carnal desire to have sex with omegas, okay? And when they do cum, their penis inflates and gets like this knot so that it like so that they get stuck inside the omega's vagina butthole. And betas are just kind of there. Like, they can get with alphas and omegas. Like, they're just kind of like normal people. Like, betas are just normal people. So, I hope that makes sense. And so alphas have a rut, which is basically every month. They basically have Shark Week, but it's just that they are horny. Peak performance though. And then omegas have a heat, which is also like Shark Week, except they get horny. So generally in Omegaverse, you just get a lot of fan fictions about like alphas and omegas. That's like the most popular. And then sometimes you'll get like, oh, two betas maybe, which I don't really understand because isn't that just two normal people? Like, wouldn't that be just not even Omegaverse? But anyway, sometimes you get alpha, beta, and then sometimes you get beta and omega, but that's not that popular. Anyway, so I recently learned about this thing called alpha bitching. Kind of like how some DFC creatures. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's like that, but it's with humans. So alpha bitching is the concept that if two alphas have sex and comes inside the other one's butthole, they like transform into an omega. Like alpha and omega. Have you heard of flinching just at the name alpha bitch? So it's kind of like crazy. Oh, by the way, I just have to explain this real quick. Because it's a vagina in the butthole, actually, it's like not even like a vagina in the butthole. It's like even crazier than that. Because like in Omegaverse fanfictions, when omegas get aroused, their vagina buttholes get so wet. It's like a fucking waterfall. Like if they sit down on a chair, like the chair is gonna be like absolutely soaked. Like it's not a normal amount of lubrication. You know something they talk about on a manosphere? I know! Different from a cloaca? They don't call it a cloaca, but it is kind of like a cloaca, I guess. So the thing about alpha bitching is, like, in a lot of stories, like people will be like, that's not real. Alpha bitching doesn't actually happen. That's fake. Vagina juice pouring like waterfalls. Literally, yes. So what happens with alpha bitching is two alphas sometimes, they'll be like, yeah, you're kind of hot. Like, sure, whatever, we can have sex, not a big deal. And they have sex, and the alpha cooms in the other alpha's butthole, and the coom literally starts transforming them physically into an omega. Their penis like shrinks into a little worm, and then they become their butthole turns into the vagina butthole, and it starts like going like crazy. And I've read in some stories that when alphas get bitched and turn into omegas, they like want to be constantly pregnant. Like they're like they cannot be uncoomed in for even a second. Little worm, was fart smelly an omega? Wait, no, the little worm was Miss Cupcake strap-on. 1800 scientists actually believe this would happen in 2 minutes. It's Omegaverse. That's what you're looking at. This shit is so rude and misogyny. What's crazy about it, though, is a lot of women write this stuff. I think it's like one of those fantasies where it's like, oh my god. If you think that that's crazy, there's so many fan fictions where like okay, like let me try to think of a scenario. There's like Tim Hortons employee, and someone walks up into Tim Hortons and they're like a fucking alpha, and the Tim Hortons employee is an omega and is like, oh my god, I need you to have sex with me right now. Like there's actually a very common scenario in Omegaverse fanfiction. Not joking, I've read serious papers from like 1870 that claim penises will shrink and eventually transform into vaginas if they get coomed inside their ass enough. Maybe that's where Omegaverse came from. How old is Omegaverse? Where did Omegaverse originate? The human body's amazing. Oh, there's a whole Wikipedia article on it. I knew it. It came from Star Trek. Like people who shipped. Yeah, wait, yeah, you knew, Hex. Because people used to ship Spurk. I used to ship Spurk too. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Anyway, so alpha bitching is a thing that I just recently learned about. The origin of everything. It is actually. It's crazy. Got scared. Jump scare by the one frame. Okay, this isn't even that bad. This is not even that bad for my stream. Okay. So I hope you. Oh, I never even told you guys. Wait, let me bring this back. I never even told you guys. Miss Cupcakes, don't forget she's Saw Girl. The whole bus ride to Niagara. What is that even? What are you saying? What are you saying? Anyway, so the whole bus trip to Niagara, she actually started writing another Saw fanfiction, and it is so long. And I'm like, how long did it take you to write this? And she was like, a couple weeks. It's so long. Like, there's like multiple arcs. New take on Where Did I Walk? The whole 2-hour bus ride, she was like explaining to me her new Saw fanfiction. And I was like, how did you just write all this? Western food groceries invented it like 30 years ago in order to make gay sex. It's not even 30 years ago. It's from like the 60s, which is crazy. Yeah, so, okay. Well, I guess maybe now I have to explain her Saw ship. She's gonna love it. If she watches the stream, she's gonna be so happy. Is her fanfic just about the characters, or is there torture contraptions? Well, they're shipping, so there's not a lot of torture going on in there. So let me show you guys the two guys that she ships. Be prepared for some pretty mediocre looking white men. No offense to her. Does she like sounding? Yes. Before the torture or after? Usually it's after. Okay, so this is one guy. Actually, let me just take this way. Okay, this is one guy. Okay, I have to explain the movies that they're in. I believe it's Saw 4 and 5. No offense, I think you mean all of it. Which, I did watch these movies. I think they're okay. I don't think they're the best Saw movies. One guy from their titular role in Twitch. So we got him, and we got me just do a rewatch of the whole franchise. I really need to watch all the way up to the current. Okay, so here's the other guy. Yes, I know, just two regular looking middle-aged white men. And I know way too much about them. Even though I did watch this movie, I was like, okay, those are just two guys. But I know way too much about them because of Miss Cupcakes. So, play that new Saw game. It looks okay. You remember their name? Because I've read her fan fictions. How can I forget? Okay, so this guy, okay, doesn't have your meow meow in it. Yeah, doesn't have my meow meow in it. So, I'm going to spoil Saw 4 and 5 for anyone who cares. I'm about to spoil Saw 4 and 5. Let me just write it. I haven't watched Jigsaw or Spiral either, but I heard they're good. Okay. So if anyone cares, I'm about to spoil Saw 4 and 5, okay? So leave now if you care. Okay, so the whole premise of Saw is that there's a guy who's Milo Meow Meow, John Kramer. He's mad at the world, okay? He's angry at the world, and he's angry at people who do not treasure their lives and the beauty of life. And that's why he makes saw traps, because he doesn't actually just want to murder people. His whole thing, he is kind of a loser. I'm not an apologist for him, okay? Even though he has his reasons, he's not a nice guy. Anyway, so his whole fucked up philosophy is he's gonna put someone in a saw trap, and usually they're not really nice people. They're like abusive, or they cheat on their partner or something like that. Some shit like that. So, he'll put them in a saw trap, and then they have to do something really crazy so that they don't die. So, for example, in the first movie, there's a guy where he has to cut off his foot or else he's gonna get killed. And it's like stuff like that. And so that people like treasure their lives after, okay, if they get out alive. So anyway, Milo Meow Meow, he is dying, okay? He's like literally dying so badly, and he's like, uh-oh, I need someone else to be the new Jigsaw. So you find out, okay, wait, actually no, I'm not gonna say it yet, but Mark Hoffman and Peter Strahm in Saw 4, they're investigating the case of the new Jigsaw that is like kind of a copycat, kind of an apprentice kind of situation. And they're both like detectives. Like Strahm is a FBI agent and Hoffman is a private investigator. I don't really remember. Okay, I'm sure Miss Cupcakes could tell me, but personally, Saw Trap would be like a fucking Rube Goldberg machine. So they're both investigating the new Jigsaw, who they're trying to figure out who it is, right? They're like, uh-oh, there's a new Jigsaw on the loose. It's not John Kramer. Oh no, we have to figure it out. So basically, they spend, I literally think, like 5 minutes of the movie interacting with each other. There's not a lot of content, okay? But eventually you actually find out, oh, twist, Mark Hoffman is actually the new Jigsaw. So and this guy's just like a fucking FBI agent. 5 whole minutes there, basically. And so, you know, Peter Strom, he's like kind of getting a little sus in the middle of the movie. He's like, I think Mark Hoffman is Jigsaw. Like, he's kind of sus. And when he starts getting sus, Mark Hoffman's like, hey, in what film does it say? So Mark Hoffman is like, uh-oh, he's onto me. Better kill him. So he kills Strom. It's so funny because the way that he kills him, I'm not gonna show the clip because it might be too gory for some people, but there's like this little like glass coffin. This is him, by the way. This is him. And there's like these like walls that are like closing in and like crushing Strom to death. Okay? That's how he dies. So he gets crushed to death, and then all his blood goes like blah 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 blah, like all over the glass. And Miss Cupcakes has watched this death scene. She told me like 15 times. Which is so funny to me. So anyway, Star Wars trash. Yeah, it's raining strong. Anyway, so he dies, and somehow his hand doesn't get crushed. I think the rest of his body gets crushed, all except his hand. And so Mark Hoffman takes his like severed hand and keeps it, which I think a lot of fans think is like, wow, that's like fucking toxic yaoi. But he literally keeps it because he needs to use his like thumbprint to like get into doors and stuff. Anyway, that's it. That's literally all the interactions they have. It's even funnier considering, I know, she's like, I ship them so much that I'm gonna put myself through this death scene 15 times. So anyway, now I'm gonna explain to you guys her fan fiction. So she has 2 fan fictions. One of them's like a little toxic. The second one is like happy, kind of. So the first one, which she had, no, she doesn't like the gory parts. When she watches Saw, she usually skips the gory parts, which is so funny to me. Like, that's like if I was like, man, I love Mickey Mouse, but I hate Mickey Mouse. I hate the parts where Mickey Mouse is on screen. Anyway, so her first fan fiction, which she had been writing from even before she met me, is basically this like alternate universe where Strom doesn't get killed, and so Mark Hoffman keeps him like, he like kidnaps him basically, but he like cooks food for him, and it kind of becomes like this kind of like messed up kidnapper situation where it's like, do they kind of like each other? Ooh, but the situation's messed up. You know what I mean? So it was kind of like a situation like that. And she made a lot of chapters of that one, and I was like, when is this gonna be over? I literally told her, I was like, do you have an ending planned? And she was like, no, I don't want to end it. I was like, okay. And she's been writing it for years. Anyway, so there's that one. And then, she started writing this other one recently, which is already so long. She's only been writing it for like 2 weeks, where it's another alternate universe where Strom doesn't die, and Hoffman gets caught, and he goes to prison. And Strom, he is like, cool, he's in prison now. All right, time to move on with my life. But he can't stop thinking about his little baby Blorbo. And he's like, oh my, I must go visit him in prison. I love him so much. He was so hot. So he keeps visiting him in prison. And Hoffman's like, damn, you know, I'm starting to feel a little bit bad about all those people that I put in saw traps. I'm starting to feel a little bit bad about this. And Strom's like, yeah, you put me in one too, dude. That wasn't cool. And Hoffman's like, yeah, I know. I'm really sorry. And she's writing this story kind of like a high school drama because this prison that she's designed in her fanfiction is so funny. They have like basically like school dances, Halloween parties, dress up parties, arts and crafts parties, like contests. I have no doubts that some prisons do have, like, they try to make some fun activities for them to boost morale, but the way she's writing this is like every 2 seconds there's something fun and whimsical going on. I'm really curious about the appeal of it to her because none of her story stuff has anything from actual Saw in it, and the characters seem to change from the original. Oh, a Swedish. Okay, so that's a good question. I've also asked her, why do you like Saw if you don't like gore? Right? They're in the Paddington jail. And she told me, well, I got into the ship first before I got into Saw. So I'm like, how? How did you even know they existed? So I don't remember what it was, but she, I think, saw this ship on Tumblr. And she was like, what is this? Like, I think it was like someone was like talking about them on Tumblr. And she was like, who are they? And her first reaction when she saw them too was like, her first reaction was like, these are just two like mediocre middle-aged white men. Like, she didn't find them attractive. Like, she was like, why the fuck would you ship these two? Like, who the fuck? And so she started like looking into them, and she finds out like the whole dynamic of like, oh, he's Jigsaw, he's an FBI agent. Ooh, it's like kind of doomed yaoi. Like, ooh, it's a little tragic, it's a little weird. And she got more and more into it. But it's funny because he ends up dying. He ends up dying too, I think, in the 5th movie. There's got to be better killer investigator shit. You know what's crazy? I thought she would like Hannibal because in Hannibal it's kind of like a similar dynamic with, like, you know, Hannibal and Will Graham. And I shipped those two when I watched Hannibal. And she watched like a few episodes and she didn't really get into it. I was like, what? But those two have so much more like romantic like tension than these two. And in my opinion, they look better. No offense to these two. No offense. I don't know what, it just really struck a chord with her, these two. And it's so funny because in her fanfictions, like I say, it's always an alternate universe where he doesn't die. You know, they both live, and then like something else comes after. And I'm like, okay, so you don't like the fact that he kills him, basically. Yeah, as long as it makes you happy. Of course, I support her wholeheartedly. But it is very interesting. Because kind of like, so you do not like elements of their canon story. You don't like the elements where he kills him. They fuck each other with the eyes in Hannibal. The gayness is crazy. It is truly so romantic. And there was even one fanfiction between these two that was written by someone else that she recommended to me, where he actually dies in this fanfiction. And I read the whole thing for her, actually. It was actually not bad. Not that I really ship these two, but I read it for her. And I was like, oh, like, this is a good, like, yeah, it was pretty good. And she was like, you know what's so sad, though? That he dies. I'm like, but he dies in the movie. Like, he's already dead. Like, in the canon. It's crazy. I don't get it. I don't really understand how her brain works with this ship, but she loves it. And she is currently writing a really long fan fiction about him in prison at this fun, whimsical prison. He's dead, I and him visiting him like constantly, like every day. And it's so funny. Like, I didn't want to be like, this is a little unrealistic. How'd this writer come up with this? It's a little unrealistic, but it is funny. So, like, she had like this whole arc in her fanfiction where they have like a Halloween costume contest in the prison, and Mark Hoffman has the best costume because he dresses up as like a DILF, like a suburban dad, which I'm like, I'm not sure if that's extremely in character, but okay. And Strom is one of the judges of the prison costume contest. And I'm like, but he's just a guy on the outside. And she's like, no. Because he's always visiting the prison, they love him so much that he's a judge for the costume contest now. I'm like, oh, okay, so now he's just like hanging out in the prison too. He doesn't even go here. I go trick-or-treating as a DILF every year. And prison celebrity, what an honor. The way her mind works is wonderful. Honestly, love that for her. She is so full of whimsy, honestly. And she even has like OCs in the story. Like, she has like this prison warden character called Felix, who is like a really wholesome, fun, whimsical guy who loves like cheering everyone up and like being like, hey everyone, let's all have fun, let's have like a little meditation circle. His new go here is hilarious, like it was from another school. Yeah, that's the energy. And then there's like this other guy, his name is like Nervous Weasel or something, like that's like his prison name. Or Nervous Weasel, or was it like Weird Weasel? It's like something Weasel. Anyway, they'll just love it. Really makes sense why you two are friends. It does make sense. Anyway, so, well, yeah, it's like, you know how like in prison they have like street names? Anyway, his name is like something Weasel. I'm just gonna say Weird Weasel. So his name is Weird Weasel, and Weird Weasel has like a huge crush on Felix. So now she's shipping her two Saw fanfiction prison OCs. I almost said employees. So she's got two ships going on. She's got these two guys, and then she's got two OCs that she's also shipping, which is the warden and this other guy in the prison. So I'm like, wow, that's beautiful. That's amazing. And then I noticed this thing about her fanfictions, which is there's always lots of food in them. Now, I know she loves food, but I noticed it's always in her fanfiction. So in her first one, in almost every chapter, Hoffman would make food for Strom. And she would like write in great detail. Like she would be like, and then like he sauteed some onions and caramelized them for 2 hours. And then put in some red wine. And like literally like half the fanfiction is just like descriptions of food. Food is, that's literally what she said. She said food is her love language. Yeah, Moss, if they wrote fanfic. Yeah. And I noticed that with her first fanfiction, but I never said that. Like I was just like, wow, there's a lot of food in this. But then when she was explaining to me her second one, the prison one, really inspired by journals from old men in the 1700s. So in her second one, she starts telling me, she's like, so Hoffman in prison, he actually becomes like the prison chef, which I'm like, I've never heard of that. Like usually in prison, like you get like kitchen duty, but I've never heard of one guy doing all the cooking at the, like being the head chef at the prison. Maybe at some, I don't know. But anyway, so Mark Hoffman, he becomes like the head chef of the prison. And she's like, and he's so passionate about cooking that he wants the prison to have the best food ever. He starts making gourmet meals for everybody. Yeah, bro is just like, it's so funny because in the movies, he doesn't even cook. That's a whole headcanon she came up with by herself. She's weird, full of whimsy, and she's not racist, real primitive. They are in the Paddington prison. So when she mentions this, she's like, yeah, like he starts like cooking like gourmet meals for everyone and he wants to make the best food. I'm like, I noticed this with your other fanfiction, but like you put a lot of food in your fanfiction. What if you survived and he went to prison, but everything was good and happy and fun? Yeah, that's literally what the fanfiction is. And she's like, I know, I just love it is like adult daycare. And like literally, so you know how I told you guys about like there was this whole arc with the fucking Halloween costume contest? The prize for the costume contest was a steak dinner. And I was like, there's food again. So Hoffman wins with his DILF costume, and then he has a steak dinner in the prison with Strom. It is very funny and whimsical. And then there was like another steak dinner at another part of the fan fiction. I was like, wow, do you really like, is steak like one of your favorite foods? And she's like, yeah, like I would say it's one of my favorite foods. Honestly, also she did get steak during the trip, so I know she loves steak. I think it's so cute and whimsical. I think her Saw is better because there's no... Yeah, I feel like if she wrote Saw, you would like it, Poop. It's so amazing. And like at one point I was like, I wonder, is this like a fetish for you maybe? Like, because like sometimes in like her fan fictions, like in the first one, they would like cook food, eat it, and then have sex, right? I was like, is this possibly a fetish for you? Like, are you into like including food with the sex? And she's like, no, it's just my love language. But but even in the hotel room, she would constantly pass me like chips and like all these snacks she brought. And I was like, is this your fetish again? Are you trying to feed me because this is your fetish? And she'd be like, no, it's just my love language. We do a little hecking, okay? We do a little hecking. I don't think it's her fetish. But she loves including food and cooking in her fanfiction. So anyway, that's her whole fanfiction. But because she never finished her first one, I was like, are you gonna finish this one? And she was like, no, I don't want to end it. But I was like, no, if you're publishing it, people are gonna want to know the ending. I want to know the ending. We're stuck at the top of this Ferris wheel together, and also there's some cookies. And yeah, she's like, but what can I do? It's so sad. He's in prison for the rest of his life. I was like, well, he could get out on good behavior. Do get the getting into a pairing from something you don't watch, though. I ship some characters from shit I don't actually know. I feel like I could read about it. Really? That's so interesting. I don't think there's any characters I ship from something I'm not into. That's so interesting. Girl, you made the sandwich. Yeah, I know! Listen, her fanfiction is already extremely unrealistic, okay? They're literally letting this guy into the prison for no reason other than he visits a lot. Like, he's in the prison. Hanging out with this guy, hanging out with everybody. It's crazy. Hi, Ratfucker. Welcome. It's so crazy. And they have conjugal visits. He can save a kitten, so they see he's in for community. They have conjugal visits where they have sex. And so, from what I know from TV, conjugal visits take place in like a little room. It's not like a nice room. It's like a tiny little room. But in her fan fiction, they had like a nice ass, like beautiful, luxurious hotel room with like wine and dinner and like a big king size bed. And I'm like, it's not in a trailer like a restaurant. I'm like, damn. It's like Poop said, it's the Swedish prison. Guard sitting in the cook chair. I was like, wow, his life is pretty good in prison. So, yeah, she spent 2 hours explaining, like, basically everything that happens in this fanfiction, which is a lot. It took 2 hours to explain everything, right? And she spent 2 weeks writing this, which I'm like, how did you write all of this in 2 weeks? I don't think I could write even one chapter of that in 2 weeks. So entirely over that Saw Girl was Miss Cupcake's reveal, by the way. It's been several streams. I was wondering what happened to the Spice Gals because you didn't mention them for a while, but it was too scared of there being a good reason. You never mentioned them anymore to ask. You played us like a whole stream on something. Yeah, there was 2 reasons. The first reason was because Mary wasn't married anymore, and I didn't want to get into why, because that was like tea that was happening currently. And another thing was when Miss Cupcakes first got with Fart Smelly, who that was Saw Girl getting with Saw Boy. Like, I was like, oh my god, you guys, so exciting. Saw Girl got a boyfriend. He's Saw Boy. And everyone was like so happy. And I thought it was good too. And then we fucking find out he's evil. So I didn't want to like be like, guys, Saw Boy was actually evil. So I came up with Miss Cupcakes and Fart Smelly and Nancy Cornflakes. You delivered the tea when it cooled a little so we don't get burned. Yeah. So, yes. Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't bring up the... And also because College Girl moved away. There wasn't a lot that happened there with her. She actually did ghost us for like a year. So the last time we hung out was over a year ago, like all together. And last we heard, she was like, gonna graduate soon. No, she's graduated. I guess she's graduated girl now. So, last we heard, she was like moving, right? And so we're like, oh, good luck with the move. And she just never talked to us again. And we're like, man, what happened to her? And, you know, every now and then we'd be like, hope she's doing well. Guys, I was so scared to write about them here, thinking I'd fucked up and break the idea. It's okay, it wouldn't be that crazy. And literally, like, she didn't talk to us for like over a year. And this literally happened on stream. Like, I was streaming when she sent us a message. Like, it was like a couple weeks ago, and she was like, hey, sorry I didn't like talk to you guys for like over a year. By the way, I got a job in Japan. So that's well, right now she's not in Toronto anymore. She moved to Halifax, which is a place very far from us in Canada. teaching English. Yes. You told us about that. Yeah. I didn't say it was college girl because then I would have to say, oh, it's college girl. And then I would have to say, oh, it's college girl from the Spice Gals. And then you guys would be like, oh, how's the Spice Gals? And then I would have to be like, oh, by the way, the Spice Gals are actually Nancy Cornflakes and Miss Cupcakes. And then that would be a whole thing. Nova Scotia! Yes, Halifax, Nova Scotia. Yeah, so she actually moved to Halifax first. And then she got the job in Japan teaching English. Which is crazy because her major is like computer science. Like it's not anything related to that at all. Be honest, was it also to make it seem like she wasn't my friend? There were hints. Because I think once we were talking about like real life friends and I literally said like, oh, I've got like 3 real life friends that I hang out with. So at no point did I have, wait, how many friends would that be? Like 5 friends in real life? I got like, honestly, it's not even 3 anymore because one of them moved to Vancouver. So that one's far away now too. So really it's 1 now. Now it's just Miss Cupcakes. I sort of assumed Spice Girls was Rip when you were talking about only really Miss Cupcakes. It's 2 nails. Oh, yes! It's okay. I've actually said her real name on stream. Because she uses her real name online and she's been in my chat. So yes. That's right. I have Yuri. My friend called Yuri. In before someone makes a joke about Yuri. Bad at names, I kind of mix Spice Gals and their other names, so I thought they were just the same people. Well, now Spice Gals is dead. Now it's dead, because I did actually delete our server. You could say the Spice Gals is still me, Miss Cupcakes, and College Girls? College Girl? Why did I say multiple? College Girl. You're more like your eye? Okay. Lemon. Yeah, I'm actually gonna see her on Monday. She's gonna do my nails for the first time in like a long time. And then I have to tell her about fucking, Nancy. So that's gonna be a trip. Oh yeah, Jenny Souffle! Pooh just knew. She was just like, there's no way this bitch is swimming. Your means Lily in Japanese. Lily was... No, she's not Lily. She's not. She's not. Yuri is the friend who... I talked about this once before. First of all, she's so fucking funny. Okay? Like, Link gets hit with the... Wait, your face. She's genuinely one of the funniest people I know. What nails are you getting? Ooh, I'm so glad you asked. Let me show you. Okay, I always get so excited about these ones. Aren't they like nice and summery with the little oranges and the water? It's so summery. It's perfect for summer. So cute. She's so fucking funny. Oh my god, she makes me laugh my ass off every time she's doing my nails. I know they're so cute, right? I'm so excited. She's the one who she is by the way. So yes, Yuri has been Yuri, okay? Needs to give her PP. I do need to give her PP. So I know it looks so cute. I'm so excited for it. So she's the one who had a girlfriend, and this relationship did not go well, by the way. Thank One time she told me about this like way after it happened. Like she's already with her like current boyfriend like way after this happened, but like she told me that once she was with her girlfriend and they were actually at the intersection that Indy and I live on. Like they were just like hanging out around there and Yuri was suddenly overcome with the need to shit diarrhea. And Yuri was like, I think I need to shit diarrhea. And her girlfriend, for some reason, like didn't believe her, which is like, why would you lie about that? But anyway, her girlfriend was like, did not believe her. Like she was like, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. And Yuri was like, no, like I'm serious. I'm gonna shit myself. Like I need a bathroom. Yes, I told this before when I had like my furry head on. and her girlfriend's like, no, you don't. You don't. And she's like, I'm literally like gonna shit myself. And like her girlfriend started like trying to scare her for some reason. Like she was going like, ah, 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 like in her face. We would understand. Yes. And Yuri did shit herself right there on the street. She shat herself and she was wearing a skirt too. And when she did shit herself, her girlfriend was like, oh, you really did have to go shit diarrhea. I'm like, what? What? Why would you not believe? And then her girlfriend like gave her jacket to wrap around her waist so that you couldn't see the shit. Well, you could still see the shit, but anyway, yeah, that relationship did not work out, obviously. I know, yeah, I know, I don't have to worry about Yuri with toxic relationships because she puts her foot down. And also she's in, like, I know that her boyfriend right now is like really good. Like he's actually good. But she also told me this other time where she had like an ex-boyfriend and like it was her birthday and he was like on his phone like her entire birthday. And she was like, you've been on my phone, or you've been on your phone like my entire birthday and I really feel like you don't value me. And like this is not good. Like you're not being a good boyfriend right now. Like she just literally said that, which I'm like, I really wish all my friends could be like that. But anyway, and he started like crying. Like he started like crying like so bad. And she was like, I don't feel bad for you because this is your fault. You put yourself in this position. Of course, that didn't last either. But when she told me that, I was like, okay, I'm so glad that she can put her foot down when her relationship is bad, you know? So I don't have to worry about her. I have to worry about, well, I don't have to worry about Nancy Cornflakes anymore because that friendship's over. She's dead to me now. I do worry about Miss Cupcakes a little bit, but I think she's pretty good now. Like I think she's learned, and I think she'll be okay. Also, another thing about Miss Cupcakes is she's okay with being single. She's dead. You broke all her bones. Yeah, I broke all her bones. She's okay with being single. Like, I think that's really great of her because there's a lot of people who cannot be single, which I think is a problem. Friendships come and go. Well, Nancy Cornflakes never did, but and I would rather her be single for the rest of her life than get with another fart smelly. It was so bad. Anyway, I just spent the entire stream yapping, and I did 0% commissions. Yeah, single and proud. I will say this 1,000,000,000 times. It's better to be single than to be with someone who isn't fantastic. Just assume this was a yapping stream. No, it was not supposed to be. Oh, another funny thing. I think it's funny now because I don't care about her. But at one point I asked Nancy, I was like, do you feel like Amoeba 3 is your soulmate? Because I honestly felt like the answer was going to be no, and I kind of just wanted to ask. Just stir the pot, you know? And she goes, well, he's just what I settled on. And I'm like, so he's not your soulmate. And she's like, well, I'm not sad. And I honestly think she likes Amoeba 2 better. Because she was like, well, I feel like Amoeba 2 was my soulmate. And I was like, you liked Amoeba 2 better? And she's like, yeah, like the emotional connection was there. So she's like just straight up saying that she likes Amoeba 2 better than Amoeba 3. No. Amoeba 3 and Amoeba 2 is not the dude. Amoeba 1 is the dude. We should raid Chill. Oh man, she's been going for 5 hours? Okay, I don't know how much longer she's gonna go for then. Does Chill usually go for a long time? Anyway, Soren, you need to watch the VOD if you want to know, because there's a lot. There's too much for me to explain again. She usually goes for long? Okay. Okay. Chiu is playing Xenosaga Episode 2. So this is for the retro game lovers out there. Yeah, I literally just did nothing except yap. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Let me get... We love yapping. Thanks, guys. I'd be okay with dating me, but no, you wouldn't. Bro, and do not say that until you've watched the VOD. Okay, anyway. Let me hear that as collab, because we're about to end. Oh, wait. Let me hear that as collab, because we're about to end. Thank you guys so much for coming today and for keeping me company and spending time with me and chatting with me, making me laugh. It'd be very, very, very nice and cool and great and awesome and wonderful and fantastic and cool and all that good stuff. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. I know I got to see you, Hex. My next stream is Saturday. Thank you. Saturday, thank you. Creamy.